Chapter 2028. I said to call the children over to learn from Dongzhu. Your families, my families, and our families. Wan Zhaoyuan's wife was anxious. She didn't understand, but she saw that the children understood. The officials wrote vigorously. A good opportunity came. Her husband exchanged his life for it. The children of her husband's family, her own family's children, and her husband's children all came to Luoyang. How could the school next to the family's house compare to the Li family Zhuangzi? The two families all came over and found a broker to take care of the house. Based on their situation in Zhuangzi, the broker wouldn't dare to take care of the house. Wan Zhaoyuan's wife thought of many things. She was smart. If she was as stupid as her husband, the family couldn't survive. I'll listen to you. Wan Zhaoyuan followed her advice. It was always like this. Others laughed at him. Then he foolishly went home to beat his wife to prove that his family status was stable. In fact, some people were jealous that he had a good wife and deliberately played tricks. If his wife's family wasn't powerful, he would probably be like other people who married a beautiful wife and went down the wrong path with gambling. In the end, he lost his wife. Of course, this kind of thing was illegal in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, no matter how much he lost, it had nothing to do with the wife. The wife wasn't a private property. It wasn't a problem to change her to a concubine. She could be given away or used as a bet. The class lasted for 2 hours, with a quarter of an hour break in between. The children were asked to stay for lunch. Li Yi wanted to cook a big pot of dishes. Yuzhou's population was small. The local tribute had small pieces of gold that looked like wheat bran. There were also local smelting knives, colorful cloth woven from hemp, and ashwood wax. Yuzhou, which was the Chongqing of Li Yi's time, had sand gold. Sand gold was very small powder when it was washed out. The local people didn't know how to wash sand gold. Their skills weren't up to standard. Unlike Li Yi, who found people to help Li Longji get sand gold. The sand gold he found had a high yield. The local people usually released ducks and geese. The ducks and geese knew how to eat. They didn't eat those that were too thin. They ate the bigger pieces of gold. Then, if they couldn't digest it, they would excrete it. The common people saw it and collected it. While Li Yi was cooking, Provincial Governor Zhao Qinlu ordered someone to send over some bran. A small box of bran weighed about half a catty, 8 taels, or 320 grams. Li Yi stewed 2 dishes and cooked rice in a big pot to save time. As for the side dishes, there was Dongzhu pickled vegetables here. Fulling was also here. The lives of the commoners improved by selling salted vegetables. Their lives were still okay. Li Yi finished preparing the appetizers and saw a box of bran gold. Did you collect this locally? The goodwill of the people. Zhao Qinlu nodded. Li Yi looked at the gold and lowered his head in contemplation. Half a minute later, he raised his head and said, "There's an open-pit coal mine in Kaizhou. We can go down the Yangtze River from Yuzhou and ship it back to Kaizhou. We can also burn cement here. You all know about the open-air iron mine. Some of the gold was in the mountains, and some were in the rivers. The river was easy to handle. They just had to build concrete ladders at the side and design some small horizontal ditches on each slope. The ditches had to be shallow. Lead the sand from the river upstream into the ladders. The gold is heavy and will be left behind. The more ladders there are, the more gold you can get." Li looked at Zhao Qinlu and said, "I want this box of bran gold. I'll give you an idea. Is it worth it?" Zhao Qinlu was speechless. The commoners collected the gold to thank you for teaching them how to make Dongzhu pickled vegetables. They didn't think of anything else. You're a god. You're really a god. There's an open-pit coal mine in Kaizhou. Can the gold in the river be fished out so easily? Remember, every commoner has to get a share of the benefits. There aren't many people in Yuzhou. You all know how to smelt simple iron. You don't have to buy it from so far downstream. You can pick and burn it yourself. The provincial capital here is Ba County. It's sand gold or gold as in gravel. Li Yi reconfirmed. It was here. There was nothing wrong with it. Yuzhou's brand gold was Ba County's sand gold. Ba County got its name from Mount Ba. Usually, people wouldn't remember Mount Ba, but June, when's return is uncertain. Mount Ba's night rain swells the autumn pond. Why should we cut the candle on the western window together and talk about the rainy night on Mount Ba? These were the 7 absolutes of each poem. Chi, chi, and sure all had the same rhyme. At that time, Li Yi couldn't read it, but these 3 words were placed in the Ping Shui rhyme, and they were all in the Ping Shui rhyme. Shangping refers to the Shangping in Pingyun. The 4 branches are the 4 branches of the first east, second winter, and third river, using the word ji as a rhyme. Good poem. Li Yi's poem was heard by Zhao Chenlu, who immediately praised him. I didn't do it. Li Yi waved his hand. Yes, I know. The people who were copied were killed and buried. Zhao Chenlu nodded his head to show that he understood. Yes, it was indeed copied. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll draw some useful local mines, and you can do as you see fit. There are a lot of wild boars on the mountain. Clean them up when you need to. They can be used to smelt iron and make tools. Li Yi waved his hand again. He could not talk about the poem anymore. He had a group of drones that could fly and look at the ground. Through comparison, he could find the location of good mines. Chongqing was quite important and would be used in the future. He should take the opportunity to develop it. Zhao Chenlu continued to nod his head. All right, tell me. I'll write a memorial to Luoyang and ask for the imperial court's opinion. As he asked, he would mine first. Even if the imperial court did not agree, he would still mine. The imperial court was so far away. If the people knew where to mine, what could he do? Zhao Chenlu had already thought about it. Listening to Dr. Li was not wrong. Before the imperial court reacted, he would mine as much as he could. What if he had to collect fees in the future? He could write the memorial later or push Dr. Li to the front. Who would dare to catch Li Yi? Dr. Li, shall I tell the people the good news now? Zhao Chenlu asked for advice. If Li Yi did not find the specific location, the people would be happy for nothing. N. Li nodded. No problem. Could the location be changed? Zhao Chenlu happily ran out to find people to tell the people. Fang Ao listened at the side and felt that the opportunity to make a fortune had come. Li Dongzhu, my Fang family. Fang Ao asked softly. Your Fang family dares to interfere with the imperial court's matters. Bai Zaifu will take care of you? If Li Yi does not agree, do you dare to take the mine? Do you dare to get sand gold? I don't care. You can ask the other people in the political hall. I am saying to find another place. Fang Ao changed his words. The upper reaches of the river that produces sand gold? You can go down there and pay taxes. You can also get some gold. The premise is that you can hold on to it. Li Yi's words dispelled the other party's thoughts. If you take the gold, you will definitely be in big trouble. Oh, I will help to mine. I will listen to the imperial court. Fang Ao realized that it was more important to give the family's disciples the opportunity to take the imperial examinations. Not long after, cheers came from outside. The people nearby were the first to hear the news. They did not have the slightest doubt. If the gods said there must be. Without the gods, even stars could be caught. What was a mine? If there was a mine, it meant money. There was also gold. As for how to divide the gold, it could be used to build roads or houses. If there was more money in other places, it would be used to build houses for the people. In Yuzhou, if they made a lot of money, could they build new houses? Chapter 2029. Limit it. Don't eat too much. During lunch, Zhao Chenlu asked the people who gave the children food to limit it. The food was too delicious, and the children looked like they wanted to stuff themselves to death. Li Yi cleaned up a stewed fish. It was not bitter or smelly at all. He put a lot of rice wine in it. The other dish was braised pork with soybean and dried cowpeas. He also put a lot of rice wine in it. The more the children ate, the more they wanted to eat. They did not touch the wild vegetable and egg soup. It would be better if there were fried quail eggs. Princess Yongmu thought there was something missing in the dish. The quail was bred and cultivated in large quantities by the Li family Zhuangzi. After they were cultivated, they would be raised by the people. It was more cost-effective than raising chickens. Many things could be put in the braised pork, such as potatoes and kidney beans, but these two were not widely distributed. It's already very good. Wan Zhaoyuan was honest. He stared at the fish and ate. Li Yi said that eating more would reduce the swelling quickly. He was in pain. His bones were still broken. If the swelling did not reduce, he would not be able to do surgery. He had a bowl of stewed food placed in the big pot of braised pork. He found a side and scooped it out separately. After lunch, he still had to be put on a drip in the afternoon and again in the middle of the night. From today onwards, he would be put on the drip 3 times a day and take medicine orally. Li Lang, what should we do with the bran gold? Xiao Lan ate slowly and looked at the box on the table. There were 8 taels of gold in it. Even the tribute could not be so much. There was a price limit. Back then, the Tan family village was cheated and gave a lot of tribute. In the end, they found out that it was not the case. There were many places in the Tang dynasty. Each place gave a little and put it in the right treasury for the royal family to use. In the land of a state, there were no more than 50 bolts of silk. The amount was not much. It was less than 1 tael per person. When Li Yi first came, a bolt of silk was 550 taels. Now, it could not be calculated according to the amount of silk. Otherwise, Li Longji would not be able to get much tribute. The most important thing of tribute was to let the emperor know about the local specialties. If one needed more, they would have to spend money to buy it. The more stable the imperial court was, the better the system was. When the country was in chaos, the people would be cheated. Xiao Lan did not care about the value. She cared about the meaning. Store it the way it is now and write gift from the people of Yuzhou. Li Yi didn't want to change anything. The reason why Yuzhou gave the gold as a tribute wasn't because there was no way to refine it. They could simply burn it with fire. What was given to the emperor must be in its original state, like pieces of bran. After smelting, it was called gold, not bran gold. In Guangzhou, gold and silver were processed. Silver did not circulate in other places, but in Guangzhou, silver was used as currency. Now that it's gone, anyone who has money should quickly exchange it for currency coupons and send the money to the Li family Zhuangzi as collateral for issuing the currency. Yes, it's good that it doesn't change. If only life lasted as long as the first time we met. Xiao Lan thought about it and agreed with Li Yi's words. I didn't copy this well. Li Yi talked about the poem. It's all right, everyone knows. Princess Yongmu said with a smile, Li Yi, eat the dried vegetables. Li Yi picked up some vegetables for Princess Yongmu. If he couldn't explain it clearly, he wouldn't explain it. Li Dongzhu, what else do you need? Fang Ao wanted to show off. I need the Fang family to take the lead in some aspects. Let's get rich first, and then let's get rich together. Li looked at Fang Ao and said, Come show off. How? Give money to the people. No way. They won't work. How much money is enough? Fang Ao was in a difficult position. His family was able to reach their current level because they had a good grasp of human nature. There's no hurry now. It's enough to develop steadily. Li joked. It was impossible to get rich first and then get rich later. The productivity was too low. Li Dongzhu, I heard that when you first came to Zhuangzi, the rent you gave to the tenants was very low. Aren't you afraid that human nature is greedy? Fang Ao mustered up his courage and asked. He wanted to know. When I went there, my family members died one after another. Human nature is not only greedy, but also fearful. If Zhuangzi didn't give benefits, would others dare to go there? Li Yi gave a reason. So many people died. Would others go to your place? It was the same as the house where the murder happened. No, the nature was different. It should be a construction site. A construction worker died every few days due to various reasons, including a sudden illness. The workers were afraid. They wouldn't work. At most, they would change places. This place was too scary. If they wanted to recruit more workers, they could earn 600 yuan a day from other places. You couldn't give less than 2,000 yuan unless others didn't know. Fang Ao swallowed his saliva. His hair stood on end. He quickly ate a piece of red braised pork to calm himself down. My Li Lang is a god. Xiao Lan reminded Fang Ao. What was there to be afraid of? Fang Ao suddenly understood. That's right. Hence, he ate another mouthful of rice. Xiao Yi didn't send a letter to report when she went over. How is that person now? They hadn't seen each other for a day. By Gu Miss Li Yi. He ate a small piece of garlic and felt that it was tasteless. The key was that he ate it with spicy garlic sauce. The news said that they saw him. He's alive. Zhang Juling was relieved. When Li Yi went over, Wan Jiayuan was still alive. It would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Look at little donkey. When the wing knight sent him over, he was already dying. Even then, Li Yi didn't do anything. The nurse saved him. Zhuangzi's hospital was called the intensive care unit. It seemed that even the dead could live for a few days. He probably had to tell Yama to see if Shulu had arrived. He had to confirm it. He didn't make a mistake. Li Yi flew over personally. What did a broken leg have to do with Shulu? Song Jing drank a mouthful of garlic soup. When there's enough steam, it should be placed on a river boat. It's small and fast. With the cruiser gone, there's no one to send the crabs in the lake. Bai Gu glanced at Song Jing. If they don't send it, then don't send it. It's just a little slower. There's a boat transporting crabs to Luoyang. 1/3 of them died, leaving 2/3. He didn't fall for Song Jing's trick, who said that he would die if he didn't send the crabs in a day. The crabs in the lake could be transported in a trough in 3 days. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen the Li family, Zhuangzi, raising crabs, who said that they must die if they were fished out. Go back and make preparations. When they arrive, publicize it well. Write it in the newspapers so that the people of the Tang dynasty know about it. If they contribute to the country, the imperial court will not treat them badly. Li Dan interjected. The Emperor Emeritus had spoken. How could he not participate in the imperial court? He had his own ideas too. He didn't participate in the imperial court, which meant that he didn't arrange for officials and local administration. He could give ideas. Father is right. Li Longji agreed. It was better for his father to be alive than dead. It proved that he was filial. After becoming the emperor, he could still treat his brothers and parents well. He wouldn't treat the people badly. Your Majesty, there hasn't been any news from Little Hai of the Turks for a while. Su Yi thought of something. It's cold there. It's not easy for the people of the Turks. Li Longji bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. It was as if the Turks were willing to go there. The people there were not the people of the Tang dynasty. What did it have to do with him? I think they're picking pine nuts. Li Dan spoke again. He liked to eat pine nuts. Eating dried fruits every day was good for his health. As soon as he finished speaking, the small robot beside him said, "A telegram just arrived. Little Hai, snow, white hair, wind." Chapter 2030. Woo, woo, ayo, the wind howled. At noon, in the Lake Baikal area, the sky was dark and the black snow was blown around by the wind. People's backs were facing where the wind came from, but the snow still came from behind and stuck to their faces. Squinting, they could only see the shape of their outstretched hands, and further away it was pitch black. Standing still, snow quickly piled up under their feet. Before the snow from the wind could fall to their backs, it was pushed against their clothes by the snow behind them. The Turkic people shouted loudly and used shovels to clear the snow facing the wind. They felt that the speed of clearing was not as fast as the snow piled up. The old people could not wield their shovels, so they took a small basket made of paper and tied it to a rope. They went to a snowy area, grabbed a basket of snow, and used the rope to drag it away. The women and children used wooden pieces to fan the stove. The wind blew outside and smoke came in. About 5 leagues south of the Turkic area, the winged knights were sending a telegram. They kept repeating it, afraid that the signal would be lost due to the heavy snow. The others rested and ate, but no one cleaned the snow. They lived upstairs in a building built of wood with 3 floors. The first floor was surrounded by wooden fences and mats that could be opened in all 4 directions. Sandbags and hay were piled up in the 4 corners. The second floor was also for grass, and the third floor was inhabited. The horses stayed on the first floor. If they did not go upstairs, the stairs would not be easy to walk. The heavy snow and white wind made the horses' ears twitch constantly as they strolled around the first floor. The 100 winged knights had 400 horses. The building was large enough and did not lack wood. The Turkic people helped to build it. They wrote in the newspaper that they could not do well, so the winged knights went over to give them pointers. In response, they built the building for the winged knights. The 2 sides did not fight, even if the Turkic people could destroy the 100 winged knights. The Turkic people transported 2 batches of pine nuts and returned with a batch of grain. The second batch of grain had not returned yet. Another 100 winged knights brought a transport team from the Turkic people. It won't fall. You don't have to keep coming to see me. A winged knight sitting on a chair on the first floor said to the horse in front of him. The horse kept moving and changing its position to look at him. The horse knew who to rely on at critical moments. The snow was blown in by the wind from the top of the fence on 3 sides. It was quite cold. With such heavy snow, the horses knew that they couldn't find food outside unless they ate snow. If he wanted to eat, he could only find someone to sit down and ask, "If you really can't fall, why are you rubbing your head against me?" The winged knights pushed the horse's head. Little 9, prepare to receive the materials. Someone shouted from above, "Okay." The Yulin flying cavalry responded and silently said, "Yes, you are asking about the meal right away." There was a slope above, and the bundles rolled down, and the people below moved aside. The other winged knights came down from the 3rd floor to help. When the bundle was opened, it was filled with cut grass. The silos were not here. There were silos and haystacks outside, but now they were covered by snow. 400 horses were looking for a place to eat. 30 of them were standing at the side, not eating. When the winged knights finished delivering the materials for the other horses, he called for the 30 horses to follow him to the most spacious spot on the side. There was a wooden manger for hay and pellets. The other horses did not have pellets. There was too little. The 30 maras had big bellies and they needed nutrition. From their actions, it was clear that this was not the first time this was arranged. The horses were already used to it. The snow is a test for Silent Thorn. If you don't have good organization skills, you will die. Little 9 stopped a horse that came over to taste the pellets that the pregnant mare ate and felt the sound of the wind blowing in. The horse helplessly returned to its original spot, regret written on its face. "I just want to smell it. I don't want to eat. Why are you stopping me? Eat. Your child will only be born after the New Year. It will still be cold then. We will send a telegram back to send you better food." Little 9 came to the side of a mares that was not in a good state because of the weather and her belly. He took out a small handful of pepper from his pocket. As he spoke, he put more than 20 pellets in the palm of his other hand and stretched it out. The mares quickly turned their heads and licked it. Not a single pellet was left. After chewing a few times, they were in a good state. As expected, you are greedy. Eat. I will give you a piece of rock candy. Little 9 touched the horse's head. The horse used its mouth to touch his other hand. No more. Pepper is expensive. Do you expect to eat pepper as rice? The amount that I gave you just now can buy a bowl of yongcha noodles in Chang. Little 9 said. He took more than 10 pellets and fed it. After feeding it, he immediately left. The maras looked at Little 9's back with longing. They lowered their heads and continued to eat. Actually, the pellets were very delicious. Will their sheep freeze to death? What if one of the sheds collapses? Another person looked expectantly at the Turkic area. If a sheep froze to death, he could get one to eat. Everyone could drink mutton soup. Yes, one sheep was only enough to drink mutton soup. Let's go and take a look. Another person suggested, "You go. When the snow stops, we will see if we can find you. When you go out, we will send a message to your family. You have sacrificed your life for the country." The people from before said that with the current weather in the 5-Lili area, where can you survive? Even if you bring a compass and a pressurized kerosene lamp and don't get lost, you will still be buried on the road. I'm just saying, in the past, there were people who went out of their tents. After 100 meters, they couldn't find their way back. They froze to death less than 30 meters away from their tents. If Dongju is here, I won't be afraid. I just sent a telegram. Dongju ran to Yuzhou to save a person with a broken leg. How did it break? When he came back, he saw a falling rock. He threw his wife out, but he couldn't avoid it. I don't usually practice. If it was me, I promise I can adjust after pushing my wife. I believe you, but you don't have a wife. When this mission is over, woo-woo, and don't talk nonsense. It's scary. Thank you. Aya, I'm sweating. Eat pine nuts. We can't open our mouths. After stir-frying, we can only chew them with our teeth. Someone pass them pine nuts. Eat, don't talk nonsense. Everyone wants to go back alive. Otherwise, in this wind and snow, unless Dongju came personally, no one would be able to survive. As for the man whose leg was broken while saving his wife, there was nothing much to say. If it were the Wing Knights, they would save even if it wasn't their own family. There were no telegrams in the Turks. Fortunately, they saw the weather and prepared in advance. When people went out, there would be people shouting at the door. They would shout whatever they wanted to provide sound. After going out, the wind would blow and they couldn't see the road. After taking a few steps, they would think that they were going the wrong way and change direction. Or they would think that they were going in a straight line. When they heard the sound, they would confirm their position. When there was wind, they would have to crawl in the snow. If they fell and couldn't get up, they would call for help. Don't wait, they would be covered by the snow. Cold, it wouldn't exist in a short period of time. They would sweat for half an hour and have to go back to the house to change clothes. The clothes they changed into would be heated by the fire to dry the sweat. Chapter 2031. The white wind and heavy snow were also blowing at the border of the heavenly army. The other tribes were rejoicing. They were lucky to have come to the Tang dynasty. If they were still in their original position, how many people would have died? While they were rejoicing, they sent out strong men to pull ropes, lift pressurized kerosene lamps, and go out to look for people. They just received news that a group of people 11 miles away from the city had not returned. The common people carried burdens to deliver the dung. The frozen dung was placed over there, waiting for spring to come when they planted things and plowed the ground. No one asked them to go. The people spontaneously said that Li Dongju had good things to plant and could not lack fertilizer. In the end, heavy snow suddenly fell. No one expected it to be a white wind. They were not afraid of heavy snow. They came back in the snow. When the wind came, it was over. The people said that they would help Li Dongju deliver fertilizer. The people who worked for Li Dongju died outside because of the wind and snow. Zhang Jiajin felt that it was easy to be unlucky. It was okay to be far away, but 50 miles away, they did not know the specific location and could not help. 11 miles away, the location was confirmed. How did they die? Could the heavenly army not save them? The Wing Knights had already set off. 200 people with ropes and horns had just left 5 minutes ago. In these 5 minutes, the heavenly army's horns sounded. Everyone pulled out ropes that were 10 miles long and 10 miles long. They pushed forward like a net. The tribes who sided with the Tang dynasty took the initiative to help. They ate well and lived well. If they did not help at the critical moment, they might be targeted. The winged knights stood in 10 rows. They wore snow glasses, held kerosene lamps, looked at their compasses, and moved forward randomly to open the way. Roar! Ha! They made sounds as they moved forward. The whistling of the wind was too sharp, so they made low sounds. The resonance was different. Moreover, making sounds like this saved energy. They could be heard from far away. He shouted, stopped, and listened for any sounds. Did anyone respond? For example, shouting for help. In a plowed field, 31 people piled up the earth baskets used to carry manure in the direction of the wind. Carrying poles interspersed back and forth. They hid in this place and did not leave. They stayed where they were. Don't be afraid. We can't see anything now. Wait. Zhang Jiajin does not dare to send people to look for us. The winged knights are here. A deep and energetic voice rang out. From the sound of it, the person wasn't young. The others nodded in agreement and spoke as little as possible. Most of them had never experienced such weather before. Fortunately, there were some older people in the group. At this moment, the old man with experience and wisdom had the advantage. He knew that he couldn't move. If he dared to move forward, it was guaranteed that he wouldn't be able to return. The winged knights were just a few miles away. How could they just stand by and watch? When the winged knights set out, Zhang Jiajin would definitely send troops, unless he wanted to rebel. Hold on, we have to hold on now. Squeeze together and change the direction of the wind. With their strength as soldiers, it would take them at most 3 hours to cover a distance of 10 li. The sun has yet to set and is blocked by the clouds. Don't be afraid. I encountered it when I was young. The elder's voice continued to sound out, and he gave everyone some data, indicating that he had experience. Second uncle, it's my fault. You said that I shouldn't have come. It's me? Shut up. God is wrong. He thought he could trap us to death, but he didn't know how strong the Tang dynasty is now. I was a soldier back then, not like now. The heavenly army is enough. The elder interrupted the person who spoke just now. When he mentioned God, he looked as if he wanted to defy God. The group of people was convinced and felt that there was hope. They just needed to wait. The elder didn't allow anyone to shake the morale of the army at the critical moment. What was the use of admitting one's mistake? Would the wind stop or the snow stop? At this moment, he was the backbone of the group, the elder who was like a treasure. When I was young, the snow and wind I encountered were even stronger than this. At that time, the elder continued to tell stories of his past that he had personally experienced. As he spoke, he ordered everyone to change positions and adjust the people facing the wind. After some time, a low roar was heard. Everyone turned to look, but they couldn't see the light. Shout! Shout with all your might. Just shout. Shout with me. Ah, the elder shouted as he spoke, and the others followed. Toot, toot, toot. The sound of a whistle was heard. After a while, a faint light flashed from time to time, and it was hazy. There were more and more light spots, and they became clearer and clearer. Occasionally, people could be seen in rows, just like the light spots. After a while, a familiar outfit was revealed under the light of the kerosene lamp. Winged Knight's second uncle. As expected, the Winged Knights are the best. Second uncle, second uncle, second uncle? The person who shouted for second uncle to admit his mistake was overjoyed when he suddenly realized that second uncle was lying there without a word. The others also realized the situation and shouted together, carrying the elder. My second uncle can't take it anymore. Save him. The Winged Knights rushed up, and this person shouted anxiously, I heard it, let me see. The Winged Knights already knew what was going on. They came to find the elder first, and the elder's face didn't look good under the light. They touched his neck, and there was a heartbeat. Block the wind. After the leader shouted, he swung his backpack in front of him and took out a protective syringe. He opened it and plunged it into the elder. Then he started CPR. Half a minute. Cough, cough, cough. The elder coughed, then gasped and said, You're here. Don't talk, this is going to be... Oh, it's worth it as long as he's alive. The winged knights wanted to say that the syringe was too valuable, but he suddenly changed his mind. He injected the elder with the cardiac stimulant given by Li. The winged knights next to him handed over a bottle of hot water, which they carried with them when they set off. It was written in the newspaper that a mouthful of hot water could save a person's life in a hypothermic state. It was mainly written for the people south of the Yellow River and north of the Yangtze River. During winter, it would still rain, and when the temperature dropped, people would feel uncomfortable and depressed. Under such circumstances, drinking a few mouthfuls of hot water could ease the pain. If they didn't have hot water, then someone would provide them with free soup. After drinking a few mouthfuls, they immediately felt better. Most suicides due to depression were caused by hypothermia, as hypothermia was the scariest. Sure enough, after drinking a mouthful of hot water, the elder smiled and said, "Winged knights, the Tang dynasty is lucky. Uncle, you have to stay strong. We'll carry you with a pole later. Think positively. Don't die. The winged knights don't want a stain on our name. Drink some water. Drink a few mouthfuls. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. We brought a lot of medicine." The winged knights continued to feed the elder water and protect him. "It's fine as long as the children are fine. I'm old." The elder drank 2 mouthfuls of water again. "Your age has nothing to do with us. We'll bring you back alive. The moment the winged knights set off is the moment this matter will settle down. If you die, what will we settle down? Give me some face. You're an interesting kid. You used good medicine when you stabbed me just now, right? I heard that the Li family's manor uses this method to inject medicine into people's bodies. We have normal medicine. Drink some more water. Li Dongzhu exchanged his life for it, right? I feel like I can carry a pole and walk back. The medicine is not normal." The elder felt his body's condition and came to a conclusion based on the information he had learned before. Chapter 2032. The wind and snow were still the same. The other 30 juniors of the old men also drank the hot water and felt completely revived. Their physical temperature increased, but their mental state was the most important. The winged knights were at the side. "Why didn't you take care of the old man?" The winged knights people blamed the young men. They saved the old man, but they were wrong. Second uncle kept telling us about his younger days, saying the young man who wanted to admit his mistake explained the situation. It's not that we don't care, but second uncle was clearly fine just now. "You guys," the winged knights were helpless. "When you go back, be more respectful to your second uncle. Every day that the old man lives is another day of peace for you guys." After the winged knights, people heard this. They understood. The old soldiers were amazing. The old man was always trying to change the mood of the juniors and not let them fall into a depressed state. The wind was so strong, and the old man said a lot. Others were cold, but he was choking on the wind. He only had one thought in his mind. He could die, but the children could hold on. They came quickly. If they were 15 minutes late, the old man would have collapsed. Of course, it was very likely that the old man could still hold on. If he didn't hear their voices, he would still hold on. Just like the old man in the Li family Zhuangzi, he helped to look at the weather and told the children about life experience and principles. Although the old man couldn't do heavy labor, he was worth much more in other aspects. "How old is old man?" The winged knights asked the old man. "I'm just 70 years old. With the favor of the current Tang dynasty, I can go back and live for another 10 years. You guys are not ordinary. Good soldiers of His Majesty. Wings of the country, flourishing like a forest." The old man's tears fell as he spoke. His juniors were very surprised. They had never seen second uncle cry before. Even when the old men of the same generation passed away, second uncle would smile and say, "Old men, you can go. I'll find you in 2 days." The old man's outer clothes were taken off and replaced with 2 military blankets from the winged knight's backpack. Anyway, they didn't expect him to walk on his own, so the blankets weren't heavy. The hat on his head had been changed, and his hands were placed in the arms of the winged knights. His shoes and socks were also placed in his arms. His feet smelled like salted fish, so of course he couldn't smell it. The wind was so strong. The winged knight's men helped to massage his legs and arms. They had to be carried back alive. The other winged knights looked for carrying poles to make stretchers. When they saw a basket of dung, they wiped it with snow, chopped it with a knife, turned it over and stepped on it, turning it into a mat. Later, he felt that it was not good enough, so he modified it. It was simpler. He made it into a ball with a rope threaded through it. This way, the old man could sit inside and put a military blanket on the outside. Carrying poles were placed horizontally, and a palanquin appeared. The snowstorm hadn't stopped yet, and the winged knights had managed to create it. The rope was made of all kinds of ropes and rattans. Anyway, he didn't need his own rope for the return trip. The young people who were carrying manure were dumbfounded. Looking at the current situation, they began to wonder if it was a sunny day right now. The old man didn't say anything. He smiled and praised good craftsmanship. I'll sit on it later. It'll be safe. The winged knights also smiled. Where are Jean Jagen's men? The old man suddenly asked. Wait a while. When they come, we'll leave. Let them light up the surroundings. You must have paid a big price to find us, right? You paid a big price for the compost that Dongju wants to plant. How's Li Dongju now? That, let me tell you. There's a shoe, a real man. Listen up. A man is like a beam. The old man lectured the younger generation. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, the net arrived. The heavenly soldiers were afraid that the people would wander around, so they set up a 10-mile net. However, the old man who was guarding the net didn't move at all. He was waiting for help. Hence, the old man sat on the palanquin. For people carried him, and one was in charge of walking through the snow. The sound of the bugle horn rose and fell one after another, passing the message to each other. The heavenly soldiers had prepared food in a big pot for the people who returned to eat. Jean Jagen personally received the old man and the other 31 people. He didn't go to find them because his body couldn't take it. The people who returned first drank hot water and were filled with cold wind. The winged knights reported the situation here to Luoyang. They mainly talked about the 70-year-old old man. The old man was too important. Your Majesty, I invite you to a banquet. After receiving the news, Song Jing said to Li Longji, in the Tang dynasty, they began to find old people to hold banquets and give many things. The average lifespan was short. It started at the age of 60, then 70, 80, 90, and 100. It wasn't like Li Yi's free tickets and half-price scenic spots. If a 70-year-old person wanted to go to a scenic spot, a group of people would gather around him. The county magistrate of the scenic spot would personally receive him. At the age of 80, the provincial governor had to appear. They were all afraid that others would die in their scenic spots. The other person had lived for so long without any problems. Why would he die when he came to your place? When it was Li Yi, it didn't matter. If you died, so be it. At such an old age, it was normal that you couldn't do it. In the Tang dynasty, others would think that an official like you was shallow. If your family was capable, you would be good at taking the imperial examinations and governing the place. If you were in your 30s, you would be waiting to enter the imperial court. In the end, 80-year-old people from other states came to take a look and died. Don't enter the imperial court. Continue to stay here. Therefore, it was very important to restrict the flow of people. Okay. Li Longji didn't care. Find someone to eat. I'll soak in the hot spring for you. Anyway, you won't be here for a while. When you come, my brother, he will have already returned. Li Longji thought it through. It was the same as Li Yi. Many old soldiers wanted to participate in certain activities. They had to have their bodies checked first. Those who weren't in good health couldn't go. Baigu nodded. Hurry up and arrange it. The Ministry of Revenue is ready. He didn't care. The money spent was not worth mentioning. Was 100,000 yuan enough? Not enough? Was 500,000 yuan enough? If it exceeded 1,000,000 yuan, he would look for Shao Yi. Achoo! Who's talking about me? It's my turn. It's my turn to throw sandbags. In the afternoon, Li Yi was playing sandbags with the children. When he sneezed, he didn't dodge and was hit. Sandbags nowadays didn't contain sand. They contained beans. This was because the newspapers wrote that sandbags contained sand that hurt people. The sand was fine and heavy. When it hit a person's body, it was face-to-face contact. As for beans, it was point contact. It was like acupuncture and massage. Moreover, the sandbags couldn't be filled. There had to be at least a third of the space. When such bean sandbags were thrown, there was a reduction in speed. When the bean sandbags hit the body with a gap, it was a hard injury. When the sand didn't have a gap, it was a hidden injury. Therefore, when Li Yi was young, he always played with beans. Did he not have sand? It was just that there was no sand. At the same time, the sandbags were never full. Later, children were precious. The bean sandbags were replaced with expanded cotton sandbags. When they were thrown, there was no speed or strength. It was not fun at all. Li Yi played with the bean sandbags with the children. The children, standing on both sides, received the sandbags and stared at him. Chapter 2033. Zhao. Chenlu didn't return to the state capital. Instead, he stood guard at this place. The Yamen runners were in charge of protecting and preventing others from approaching. The young disciples of Fang Ao's family stared at him with swords in their hands. They were afraid that if the mortal was careless and got injured, they wouldn't be able to take the Jinshu exam anymore. Would they be able to take the magistrate exam? It was said that there were many people competing for that position. I can't take it anymore. I'm tired. Li stopped them. The children were sweating. They played with sandbags. The children laughed and dodged. They were sweating all over and needed to rest and replenish their water. The children were obedient. They took out handkerchiefs to wipe their sweat and lined up to get water from Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon. It was snowing in the north and Yuzhou was still hot. The rich families brought saltpeter and made it into slush for sour plum soup. The amount of saltpeter used to make ice and slush was more than 10 times different. It required a lot of heat to turn a mixture of ice and water into ice. In places that didn't freeze in winter, saltpeter was never used to make ice cubes. It was fine to cool it down a little. The children drank it in small sips. They didn't think that it was precious. Their families were not ordinary. Li Yi drank tea. It was green tea produced in Zhuangzi. It was from the 3rd grade. Fang Ao gave it to him. Fang Ao accompanied him. He had already informed his 3rd brother and elder brother to hurry over and bring the outstanding children of the family. He had made contact with them. Wan Zhaoyuan was also there. He was drying his legs in the shed. He couldn't fall under the sun. The air circulation was good. A thin blanket covered his vital parts. He couldn't wear the clothes underneath. He was sweating within 4 drip. It hurt, it really hurt. In the past, when it hurt, he tried his best to endure it. There was no other way. He drank the prescribed painkillers, but the effect wasn't very good. Now that it hurt, he knew that there was a special medicine that could cure it. It was very comfortable. Fortunately, there was a tranquilizer in the 4 drip. His wife was next to a big basket of vegetables. Li Yi wanted to fry them in a big pot for dinner. The midwives didn't leave. They continued to help. They cleaned up the fish and stewed it. After the fish was stewed, it would be cold. There was collagen in the jelly, so a lot of ginger was needed. Cooked ginger was fine for dinner. In half of the cases, the small fish would crumble after stewing, unless it was steamed. When it turned cold, it was impossible for them not to eat it. They were all wrapped up in the jelly. There were also butchers further away, slaughtering pigs and feeding them blood sausages. Many people were busy entertaining Li Yi from the bottom of their hearts. It was not only because Li Yi was an immortal. There were too many immortals. What did that have to do with him? Li Dongzhu was different. When he went to a certain place, he would take care of the people there. In the future, when Yuzhou became rich, the newspaper reported that there would be more jobs and higher wages. The key was coal. There was actually an open-pit coal mine not far downstream. Bring it back. In winter, we need to use fire pipes in Yuzhou. Winter can be very cold, damp and cold. It was a pity that Li Dongzhu couldn't become the provincial governor. The current provincial governor, Zhao Qinlu, was still all right. At least he knew to look for Li Dongzhu. If it were the other provincial governors who didn't look for Li Dongzhu, that wouldn't work either, right? At this moment, Zhao Qinlu was indeed quite busy. He was busy collecting money. The rich families provided the funds and quickly started the operation. They told the people downstream that if they dug for coal, they would say that Li Dongzhu asked them to do so. If the local government dared to play any tricks, they would be impeached. Fang Ao's face was flushed red. It was unknown if it was because of the heat or because he drank too much tea. Fourth brother Fang, your family must have taken out a lot of money, right? Li Yi took a sip of tea and asked Fang Ao. I don't dare to. My family knows about the situation and is willing to donate money to help the people. Fang Ao cupped his fists. Is the stone mine still selling well? Li Yi asked again. Yes, the main thing is the big stones. From the mountains, Fang Ao was stunned. How did you know that my family has a stone mine? Do the miners wear masks? Li Yi asked again. Yes. The newspaper said a few times that if they don't wear masks, they will get lung disease. Fang Ao wiped his sweat. The pressure was huge. The cement is convenient to be fired here. Safety comes first. The rules are written in the newspaper. Once someone is found to have violated the rules, there will be no chance to rectify it. Let's see who will jump out to be the scapegoat. Earning money is for enjoyment, not to live in fear. There are many types of soil in the area. The acid and alkali test paper will be sent over later. Agricultural stability comes first. Li Yi threatened and made demands. There were many mountains in Yuzhou, and the difference in soil pH was huge. Since he was here, he couldn't make a wasted trip. He had to make the necessary arrangements. When the yacht arrived tomorrow, he would bring the children up to play. When he returned to Luoyang, he would often ask about the situation here. Yes. Li Dongzhu is right. Fang Ao continued to sweat, but his face was not as red as before. After replying, he saw Li Yi drinking tea. He immediately got up and left to find Zhao Qinlu. The matter was too big for him to handle. They had to discuss it together. The whole of Yuzhou would follow Li Dongzhu's ideas in the future. When night fell, everyone ate under the light. The fish was stewed until the bones were soft. It was cleaned and there was no fishy smell at all, let alone a bad smell. Wan Jiayuan looked at Li Yi as he ate. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. Would there be that needle prick after eating? Li Lang, eggplant with minced meat is not worse than steaming. Princess Yongmu ignored Wan Jiayuan's gaze and tasted the eggplant. The eggplant with minced meat that Li family Zhuangzi ate at Li family Zhuangzi was always steamed. Now, they were using a big pot to stir-fry. There were many people. How big would the steamer be? How many steamers would be prepared? Big pot rice is like that. Most of the time, it tastes better than small stir-fry, especially stewed dishes. Small stews are called casseroles. They need to be stewed for a long time to achieve the desired effect. For example, the casseroles that Li family Zhuangzi sells in the south of Chang and are fake. In winter, there is no more than a fire below to keep it warm. They are all stewed in a big pot and put in a small casserole. They sell fast food. Where would they find the time to stew slowly? Li loved to eat big pot rice. In the past, he always bought box lunches to eat. The dishes in the box lunches were made in big pots, so it didn't matter if the price was low. Children from rich families love to eat lean meat. Where did the fat go? Xiao Lan observed the children eating. Li Yi's dishes tonight were mainly lean meat, supplemented by streaky pork. I gave it to the bailiffs to eat. I killed 4 pigs and gave the blood sausages to the bailiffs. However, the oil that can be refined has already been refined. Tomorrow morning, find more people to help. We will steam buns with oil residue and pickled cabbage stuffing. When refining the oil, I put a little salt. In the morning, I will leave a part of it for the children to eat. Li arranged breakfast for the next day, looking like a man who was living at home. Worrying about daily necessities, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar was the business scope of Ju by Lu later. When the trademark was registered, it became Lu by Ju. There was no tea in it. Tea was not necessary. At that time, there were too few people who could buy tea. There was some tea at home to entertain guests. They didn't drink it themselves. At this moment, Li Yi didn't look like an immortal at all. He was down to earth. Li Dongzhu, why does it always have a different smell when cooking with vegetable oil? It's like the smell of an oil lamp that is not heated properly. A midwife at the table next to him mustered up her courage to ask for advice. Li Dongzhu was easy to talk to. Next time, wash the iron pot clean. Don't have water in it. After adding oil, wait for a while. Or, use chopped green onions and soy sauce to fry the pot. Put the vegetables in to fry. When there is little water, put a little more. Don't put the water in after frying a few times. Li Yi imparted his experience. The smell of oil was just like that. Moreover, after frying, the surface of the vegetables would turn black. How could you cook if you didn't wash the pot clean? Chapter 2034. Who will write it down for me? Who will write it down for me? I won't charge anyone for delivering a baby next time. The midwife who asked for the secret manual was anxious. She didn't keep up with the rhythm just now. She only memorized part of it and didn't dare to ask for a second time. You can't refuse the money. Write it down for 6th aunt. Fang Ao said. His children put down their chopsticks and looked for ink and paper to write. When rich families looked for midwives, they had to pay before delivering a baby for good luck. If the baby was a boy, the reward would be doubled. The boy would not only carry on the family line, but also be a labor force. In the imperial examination, women could do it. Later, when Wu Zetian fell, there were no female officials. If Wu Zetian didn't rule the Zhou dynasty, there would be no problem for her to be a female official. She was equivalent to helping her children manage the court. If she became an emperor, what about her children? She couldn't live forever. The midwives were responsible for the entire delivery room. Although the midwives Fang Ao found were illiterate, they could learn how to use the medicine produced in the 1,000 gold prescription. They knew how to clean the baby's mouth and what medicine to drink under various conditions. Ordinary midwives only knew how to boil water, scissors, and clean towels. In the Tang dynasty, they knew that babies must be disinfected and boiled water must not be stopped. Rich families had many pots to boil water together. In ordinary villages, when a family was about to give birth, the neighbors would help boil water. Would you be able to understand what his 6th aunt wrote? Another midwife beside her joked, My son can understand it. My daughter can also read. This 6th aunt puffed out her chest and raised her chin proudly. Ask my daughter to learn it tomorrow. It's free. The other midwife was stimulated. Looking at Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon, she thought that her daughter could work hard and learn. Princess Yongmu's temperament was different from ordinary women. It could be seen in her demeanor. The midwives didn't understand that Princess Yongmu's temperament was achieved by her status, especially now. If you study well, regardless of gender, you can always use it in life. Even if you marry in the future, the educated and the uneducated are different. If you marry a man from an ordinary family, the woman will be literate and good at accounting. She will definitely be a housekeeper. Li Yi encouraged her to learn quickly. The Tang dynasty needed a foundation. His children were getting smarter and smarter. The teachers even threw homework to their parents. Anyway, he didn't have it when he was young. When he was young, there was no problem with his family. When his teacher gave him homework, he would not ask any of his family members. Other parents don't know how to do it, but your teacher wants me to help my child with his homework? If I had the ability, why would I use you? When the child encountered a problem in his homework, his father would ask, "You haven't finished yet?" If he couldn't sleep, wouldn't it cost him money to keep the lights on? "Child, I don't know how to write. How am I supposed to write here?" His father began to move. "You're asking me? What did you learn in school?" Later, the child couldn't do his homework. The father asked, "What's wrong?" "You're not allowed to play games." "Child, I don't know how to write. How am I supposed to write here?" His father snatched it over and took a look. "I'll tell you, listen carefully. How can you not know how to do something so simple? Don't look at your phone. Look here. What's the use of it in life? Why did the poultry lay so few eggs? Check the information." Oh, so that was the case. If he didn't even know how to read and couldn't even list out simple mathematical formulas, how would he be able to find information? Li Yi firmly believed in this, as the facts had proven it. Africa was too hot to grow crops. It was not a desert. The soil in Africa was very fertile. When his country's peacekeeping force went there, there were no vegetables and they were anxious to plant them. How could this land not grow vegetables? Now, Li family Zhuangzi's older children told them that there was something planted in this land. Bring the other children to see it. Give me a form later, I want to know the data. The children immediately agreed. No problem, we will treat it as a game. Work efficiency improved. The work efficiency of every industry improved. The overall strength of the country improved. Before the Lunar New Year, there is still some time. While the weather is warm, build a simple kiln and transport the coal to the place. In winter, at least grow some garlic to eat. Li Yi looked at Zhao Qinlu. Sha Jin's matter was not urgent. He quickly arranged it. "Dr. Li, don't worry," Zhao Qinlu said. The plan had been given. If he didn't do it well, he would be punished. He knew that Li Yi's kindness to the people had nothing to do with the officials. "Let's eat. Everything will be fine." Li Yi stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the garlic moss. "The information is finally back. Don't spread it out. Grab the stars and write. Aren't the stars a sun?" They had the same dinner and the same pig slaughtered dishes. Bai Gu ate blood sausage dipped in garlic sauce. There was a lot of minced garlic. It was not allowed to be squeezed into the sauce, let alone pat it. As for slapping garlic, as long as the garlic had been peeled, the kitchen knife could be used to slap it flat. Then when the force was applied, a piece of garlic paste would be formed. However, this kind of garlic paste did not taste good after being slapped out. Usually, when it was used to cook, it was first stir-fried together with scallions and ginger. If it was put into garlic eggplant or dipped in something, it would not be qualified. A key figure in the imperial court received an urgent report from the relay station. Li Yi's side was stable, and there was no problem. "Focus on Yuzhou. What are the local specialties?" Song Jing drank the pickled cabbage soup again. It was refreshing. At the same time, he was concerned about the local situation. Li Yi went. Everyone had a common understanding that no matter where Li Yi went, he would definitely cause trouble. He went out to sea to promote the Tang dynasty. He also built a supply station for the sea route. In the Tang dynasty, no matter where Li Yi went, he would follow the construction of the local people's livelihood. He flew there once. If he could not help the people there live a good life, he would not believe it. When he went out last winter, what did he do along the way? The most amazing thing was that he found a disciple, the first disciple. That little girl was like her master. She was not like a human. Pickled cabbage is delicious. It's pickled in the cellar. Li Longji did not think about it at all. When the yacht arrived, he used the small robot to communicate through video. The Li family Zhuangzi had a kind of pickled cabbage. It was ready in 7 days. According to science, the peak of nitrite was 7 days. But special methods could prevent the production of nitrite. The pickled cabbage was ready in a short time, so the texture and taste were not good. The pickled cabbage was now made in the cellar to maintain a low temperature for a long time. The pickled cabbage was first soaked in water. It was not so sour before stir-frying. or it was changed to soup and stew. There was more water to dilute the sourness of the pickled cabbage. Where is the yacht? Why don't you send a message back? It's the Tang Dynasty cruiser we agreed on. Sue, he asked the small robot behind Lilongji, don't you have a location? The wing knights are not under your control, the small robot replied. I won't tell you. Can you control the Tang Dynasty cruiser? I'm just asking. They didn't say I'm in charge. Sui was depressed. He was the Grand Chancellor's assistant. He could not control this and that. It's in the Yangtze River. It will arrive in Yuzhou before noon tomorrow. When the yacht arrives, Dongzhu will tell us. The small robot gave Sui face and knew where the yacht was. Are there many fish and shrimp in the river? Li Dan smacked his lips and asked. Many. Thank you for your concern. The fish and shrimp are living a good life now. The little robot replied in a flattering manner. From the way it spoke, it gave people this feeling. Chapter 2035. The moon can't be seen in the night sky, but the twinkling stars are occasionally reflected on the endless waves of the river. The river water around the boats, boating along the shore with lanterns and prawn cages flickers. On the high ground, the lights on the pavilions are much brighter, but they can't shine into the river. Mixed with the sound of wind and water, the sound of stringed and woodwind instruments and singing comes from afar. At the bottom of the river, the terrain is not so complicated. On the shore where the waves are gentle, flower boats move slowly. At the intersection of Dongting Lake and the Yangtze River, the city tower of Bailing is brightly lit. Here, scholars drink wine and write poems to meet friends. Women of all identities participate in the party. When they are slightly drunk, they sing along with the singers. The waves run, the waves flow, the thousands of miles of the river never stops. While people are enjoying themselves in a daze, a boat that seems to be made of lanterns appears on the river downstairs. The ups and downs of the river can't stop the boat at all. Accompanying the arrival of the boat are very pleasant shouts and flying lanterns. Attention, boats in front! The cruiser is on its way. Get out of the way. Don't move if you can avoid it. The boat's in front. The flying lanterns fly around the boat like fireflies. From time to time, some lanterns fall back to the boat and some quickly fly out. It gives people the feeling that the boat is a beehive with bees flying around. Like the river never stops, thousands of bends, thousands of beaches. In the song, the boat goes away as quickly as it came. The lanterns gather and scatter, changing with the boat. The people upstairs are dumbfounded. What a beautiful boat! Whose boat is it? Can I borrow it? Someone holding a wine bottle asks, absent-mindedly. Wake up. Stop drinking. I just shouted. It's the cruiser of the Tang Dynasty. It's the boat of the Li family Zhuangzi in Baishui. The boat in the river of the Tang Dynasty is naturally the boat of the Tang Dynasty. Can't the Li family Zhuangzi borrow a boat? Who's in charge of Zhuangzi? Take brother Nian down to have a rest. Everyone else, continue. The waves run, the waves flow. The yacht is flying, faster than expected. The drone above flew out first and shouted at the front. The news of the Tang Dynasty's cruiser had already spread all over the Yellow River. When the Yellow River was navigable, the boats entering Chang and could go to the Li family Zhuangzi's side to look. It is said that cruisers do not sail on water but fly. This time he saw it for himself. He was really flying. Whoosh, whoosh. There were fewer boats at night. The boats that were already close to the shore all moved closer to the shore. Those in the water had no time to hide, so they could only listen to orders and maintain their course. The dazzling yacht shuttled between ships like a fish. Every time it passed by another ship, the people on the ship would cry out in surprise. The sky gradually brightened, and many people got up early to work. A small boat that was collecting prawn cages rode along the shore. Next to it was a large boat, and the waves were pushed towards the shore. A shrimp cage that had just been scooped up had its fixed object taken away. The waves came crashing over, and the small boat swayed. The youth on the boat lost his balance, and the shrimp cage fell when he tried to control his balance. The waves came and went, and the prawn cages rolled into the river. The youth reached out to grab the shrimp cage, but he did not manage to catch it. He quickly turned around and grabbed a pole. When the pole reached his hand, the shrimp cage was just out of reach of the pole. The youth put down the pole and paddled. Another large boat passed by. The waves surged a few times, and the small boat swayed violently. The youth was reluctant to give up the shrimp cage. He stubbornly steered the boat towards the middle of the river. He wanted to get it back. Buzz! A special sound was heard. Attention to the boats in front. The cruiser is on its way. Get out of the way. If you can avoid it, maintain your course and don't move. That small boat, don't move. The voice on the drone changed and pointed directly at the youth's boat. The youth's boat was small, and it was already difficult to control. He was told not to move, and the small boat began to spin when the river rushed over. He paddled left and right, trying to control the boat. When the paddle fell into the water, it was removed by the fluctuating river water before it could produce any reaction force. The people on the other boats saw that the small boat seemed to have encountered an undercurrent and was moving in circles on the river's surface like a leaf. A large boat approached at high speed. The large boat adjusted its direction slightly. According to the situation, the large boat could avoid the small boat. The youth was anxious and continued to paddle. He didn't know when he used more strength, but the small boat was pushed by the river water towards the large boat that had already adjusted its course. The youth panicked and paddled blindly again. The others couldn't bear it. It was over. According to the speed of the large boat, the distance of tens of meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The large boat that was moving forward at high speed seemed to slow down a little. Then the drone shouted, "Don't move, don't move!" The large boat also said, "Left rudder 3, front right paddle reverse, front left stop, back left start, back right stop, right rudder 5, front right forward, front left reverse, back left reverse, back right reverse, left rudder 2, back right forward, front left forward, front right forward, left rudder 2, back right forward, front left forward, front right forward. Goodbye." The large boat operated on the water surface and drifted past the youth's small boat. "Oh!" the nervous crowd exclaimed. The youth's small boat was still shaking, but the large boat was already far away. Immediately after, someone rowed a boat to pick up the youth. The youth stayed on the boat and drifted with the current, no longer thinking about the lost shrimp cage. A drone flew over and threw a package on the small boat. "Don't worry about losing the shrimp cage. Come on, young man." After leaving the sentence, the drone flew back to chase the yacht. 2 boats approached the youth's small boat. 2 people directly jumped on and helped to paddle. The youth was in a daze. His head was always facing upstream. "Lu Xiaohu, it's okay. You saved your life," a man with a birthmark on his forehead said to the youth. Another bald man said, "Our Tang dynasty's cruiser can still sail like this. I've learned something today. That boat is big and beautiful. It's good to be able to go up and take a look." The youth finally said, "Don't think about it. Unless Li Dongzhu stops here to do something, then you can ask someone to take a look. He said it's fine to stop by the Bar River. Something that can fly. I'll send you a package. See what's inside." Oh, the youth was still regretful. He responded and lowered his head to open the package. After opening it, there was an exquisite piece of paper, an inkstone, a box of ink sticks, and a bundle of writing brushes. In addition, there was a stack of currency coupons of different denominations and a box of 10 pills sealed with wax paper. "The 4 treasures of the study. I told you to go study. Don't live in Jiangli. Keep the money. Don't tell anyone. We won't tell anyone either." The bald man took a look and told the youth, "There's no need to be afraid. Who dares to steal Li Dongzhu's money? The man with the birthmark had another theory. That's true. Now the state government will send someone to see Lu Xiaohu and ask about the situation. What medicine is this? The bald man agreed with the new theory and was curious about the medicine. Calming pill. It's for me. The youth looked at the words and said. He learned some pinyin from the students and learned to read from the newspaper. Chapter 2036. Tut. It's better to study. Xiaohu, teach me when we get back. The bald man didn't recognize any of the words, so he smacked his lips and said, Okay, thank you, Uncle Bald Man and Uncle Xiaoji. This money, I'll treat you to drinks. The young man picked up the money and wanted to express his gratitude. Seeing the two people staring at him, he immediately changed his mind. Use the prawns you caught, boil them, and get 2 pounds of time from the two family. The bald man smiled and decided to eat and drink whatever he wanted. The prawns were free, and the time from the two family was the cheapest. Although the name was domineering, the taste of the wine was just so. The young man also smiled and didn't say whether it was okay or not. He had to go back and talk to his family. This set of 4 treasures of the study is not cheap. Don't use it first. Use other things to practice. People with birthmarks couldn't see anything special from the ink, paper, and inkstone. Anyway, they thought it was good. Well, this set is at least 200 taels. The young man touched the 4 things with his hands. There were golden words and golden patterns on them, including the corners of the paper. He didn't know that the Li family Zhuangzi sold this set for 588 taels without bargaining. It was for the little girl Feng Qingdai and her junior brother, Li Guizong. They usually used this kind of set. Every time Bai Gu saw the beginner's words like Li Guizong, he would say it was a pity. He didn't know whether it was a pity or a pity that he was late and lost his apprentice. The others rowed the boat to help Lu Xiaohu pick up the prawn cages. Lu Xiaohu was not here, so they didn't touch the prawn cages for fear of gossip. It didn't matter now. How could they steal things in front of others? Everyone was very happy. They were all making a living on the river. Seeing that other people's children were about to have an accident, their hearts were in their throats. They didn't expect that the legendary cruiser of the Tang dynasty could be operated like that. It quickly drew an arc on the water. It was so satisfying. They could boast about it for half a year. Our Tang dynasty's cruiser has a sea battle with other people's ships. They will be bullied to death. Do you dare to fight with such a ship? You can't catch up with it. You can't run away. You can't beat it. I heard that the Tang dynasty recruited a navy. In the future, they will go out to protect merchants to buy and sell things. Of course, the navy will bring their own things. Who wants to go? I'll ask my boss to go and study for a year first. The requirements for the navy are very high. They say that he has to study sea charts, sextants, and theodolites. Without knowledge in the future, everything will be strenuous. I only understood the rudder and oars when they were shouting on the boat. I didn't understand anything else. What about cars? What does stopping and reversing have to do with boats? How did the ship dodge it if it's fine? If I had that boat, how many fish could I catch in a day? If you want to fight in the sea, you won't be able to fight in the river. Everyone talked about this topic. The ship did not belong to them, but they were still proud that the Tang dynasty had a cruiser. Where's little Tiger? Where's my Xiaohu? A middle-aged man hurriedly ran to the shore. Just now, someone had run to him to inform him. He told him that Xiaohu encountered an undercurrent in the middle of the river when he was fishing for prawn cages and was almost hit by the Tang dynasty's cruiser. When he heard this, he ran away, scared. She was afraid that something would happen to her son, and she was also worried that he would collide with the cruiser. What if the cruiser was damaged? They're back. Baldy and Xiaoji are here. They're all experts in their respective boats. Lu Lao-san, you didn't see it just now. Our cruiser flew over the water, made a half circle to avoid Xiaohu, and then flew away. The boat is beautiful. I don't know how much tung oil was used, but the paint is beautiful. I saw people preparing to jump down from the side of the boat. They were probably afraid that they couldn't avoid it and wanted to save people. Lu Lao-san, the local third son of the Lu family, listened to others talk. His gaze fell on his son, and he let out a long breath. He knew all the people who were controlling the boat. They were the two leaders of the boat industry. They dared to go on any undercurrent, and they could control any boat, big or small. When the boat docked, Lu Lao-san took a few steps forward, raised his arm, and slapped. Lu Lao-san, what are you doing? Xiaohu is holding something from the Li family Zhuangzi. You dare to hit him? Baldy took a step forward. Lu Lao-san's hand fell on his son's head, and he patted it. Don't go to the middle of the river casually in the future. You're not wearing a life jacket. Father, the young man's eyes were already closed, and he turned to look at his father. Everyone, come to my house for a drink tonight. Treat it as helping my Xiaohu get over the shock. Baldy and Xiaoji, you too have to drink more. Lu Lao-san patted his son's shoulder and invited everyone to eat. The group of people agreed and didn't refuse. They were curious when they saw that there was something that could be sent to Xiaohu. They went over to take a look, but they didn't want it. Moreover, the more the merrier, the more the child wouldn't be afraid and would help guard the soul. I was scared to death just now. On the yacht, the little girl sat on the deck of the third floor and looked at the river. Our boat is amazing. The winged knights wanted to jump down to save people, but the boat avoided them. Li Guizhong was cutting meat. He was also scared just now. At this time, he found something to do to recover his mental state. The meat was sliced thinly and then shredded. He marinated it with starch and cooking wine, then slid it to stir-fry other dishes. They sell oranges. Do you want to buy them? The little girl looked at the tablet screen. There were images transmitted by the drone. We're almost at Master's place and... Oh, buy them. Senior sister loves oranges the most. Li Guizhong wanted to refuse, but when he looked up and saw senior sister's expression, he understood. Buy them. Thus, a fully charged drone flew out with a basket. The yacht's system operated it, and the little girl spoke. How much are the oranges? Don't be in a daze. Give me a basket. How much? The drone flew to the cart selling seasonal fruits and spoke to the dumbfounded person. Many people looked at the drone together. They naturally saw the boat and knew that it was a cruiser of the Tang dynasty. The fruit seller came back to his senses and said with difficulty, No, it's free. I'll give it to you. Fill it first. Don't fill it too full. I'm afraid it'll fall, the little girl said. The seller quickly picked up the oranges and put them into the small basket. There were about 50 of them. The small basket was filled flat, and the drone flew back with it. Another drone flew out and threw down a cloth bag. There were small stones tied to the bottom of the bag, afraid that they would be blown away by the drone's wind. 20 coins. Keep it well. The drone said, Too much, too much. Sigh. I don't even need 6 coins. Fly back 2 more times, and I'll fill 2 more baskets for you. Choose the best ones. The fruit seller shouted at the drone. The drone had already returned, and the yacht was 10 miles away. Senior sister, it's too expensive. Li Guizhong recalled the price. You'll see Master in half an hour. Hurry up and take a shower and change your clothes. The little girl did not respond to the question of the price at all. After saying that, she ran to pack up. I haven't finished cutting the meat yet. Take a shower and change clothes for half an hour? I'll continue cutting. There are 5 minutes left. Li Guizhong muttered and continued cutting the meat. The yacht gradually approached the destination. A group of people at the destination were eating buns. Li mobilized more people to participate in the breakfast preparation. He did not want to tire himself out. There were more and more people. People from other places came one after another. The buns that Wan Zhaoyuan was eating were filled with fish, wild vegetables, and eggs. Chapter 2037. Zhao Qinlu's pressure was increasing. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to take care of too many people. How would he know who was trustworthy and who wasn't? Fortunately, the people were self-aware and suspicious of each other. They didn't allow others to get too close. Li Lang, today's buns are delicious. How have you eaten them in Zhuangzi before? Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were brought down in the morning. They took small bites of the buns and found that the texture was different. Normal buns are steamed or fried raw. Today's buns are filled with pork first and fried. It tastes like fried minced meat. Li Yi gave the answer. Of course it was delicious. He fried the stuffing first. It's very expensive. Princess Yongmu expressed that she understood. Steamed raw meat was still meat. After adding water, it looked fresh and there was a lot of meat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fat was fried into oil and a lot of lean meat had to be added. We can always eat like this in Zhuangzi. Xiaolan found that it tasted good. Too many pigs were sent here, and they were sent after killing them. I have no choice but to fry them. Li Yi expressed his helplessness. Since they couldn't finish the food, he had to make a good meal for the people. Xiaolan ate 2 more buns. The local development has been going on for some time. Now that the people have taken out a lot of things, how are we going to survive the winter? The people didn't take anything the local rich families did. The better the local development, the richer they are. The rich families are the best at using resources. Li Yi knew what the local rich families were thinking. He wanted to implement the policy before he left. It would be best if the imperial court passed it. After he left, the imperial court might not arrange it. The people's thoughts were not on the rich families. They were eating the buns happily. They were too delicious. They couldn't eat enough for every meal. The people who helped to fry the minced meat knew that they couldn't eat the buns. It was more delicious with more oil. How could 5 caddies of minced meat be half a caddy after frying? Who would eat meat like that? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless drones rose into the air and flew in a certain direction. Li looked up and frowned. My drone was taken over by someone else. It flew to recharge with the remaining power, right? You should have told me in advance. The yacht? Princess Yongmu looked at the sky. It's faster than expected. It's about 3 hours earlier. Don't bump into other people's boats on the way and make me worry all day. Li Yi had already guessed why the yacht had arrived so early to ensure that his system had taken over. The yacht was moving forward at high speed. Just like the lyrics of a song, there were a million possibilities at that moment. However, what were a million possibilities? The system was probably too lazy to even move against a quantum computer. Crushing was not enough to describe the power of the system. Master, it's me, Qingdai. I'm here to deliver some oranges to you. I'm about to reach the dock. I'm less than a mile away from the pier. Li Yi raised his hand to take the small basket. I know, the little girl replied. Come up and eat some buns, Li called out. Yes, the drone was flying over. The eldest disciple naturally knew the distance. All right. Junior Marshall brother was disobedient and insisted on shredding the meat. Now it's slipping open. What should we do? The little girl's voice rang out again. No, I'm all right. Get off the boat. Li Guizong was just about to explain when the little girl interrupted him. Master, Li Guizong's voice was filled with grievance. Bring the meat over. I'll fry up a big omelet and shred it into shreds. Then I'll add the shredded meat and bean sprouts as a salad. Li wanted to laugh. It was not easy for the second disciple to be bullied by his senior martial sister all the time. In less than 5 minutes, a group of people arrived. 40 wing knights and 4 Li family Zhuangzi's villagers. Zhao, Chenlu exclaimed. He was finally relieved. Dong Zhu. The winged knights were dressed in black battle gear. They looked very handsome. Let's eat first. Today's buns are delicious. Let's fry the minced meat first. Li Yi stood up and nodded. Master, there was a child on the way here. He's older than me by 2 or 3 years. 3 or 4 years old. 4 or 5 years old. Anyway, he's just like that. The little girl pulled her junior marshal brother over and told him about the special situation that they had encountered. Should my yacht be repaired? At least it should be fully maintained? Li Yi was relieved that the child was fine. However, he was worried about the propeller bearings of the yacht. Go forward, stop, reverse, what about racing? How much was the wear and tear on a racing car? Would it take more of its lifespan to repair it or to replace it with a new yacht? If it was about the same, it would be better to replace it with a new one. Of course, he would rather the yacht be damaged than hurt the child. Master, Li Guizong wanted to say something. Hurry up and eat. Don't you see that master is eating? If you have something to say, you can talk after eating. The little girl interrupted her junior marshal brother again. Oh, Li Guizong pouted. Guizong, come to master's wife. I know what you want to say. Your senior marshal sister is just teasing you. Princess Yongmu waved her hand. She regarded herself as master's wife. I know. Thank you, master's wife. Li Guizong smiled. Master's wife, I missed you. The little girl rushed over. After hugging Princess Yongmu, she hugged Xiaolon. The winged knights and the villagers ate the buns with their hands. After eating, they needed to get busy. Especially the villagers, they needed to take over the tasks immediately. When the winged knights ate the buns, they stood in a messy position. Their eyes darted around. From the outside, one could see that there were no gaps. The 40 people had sealed off all possible angles of attack. The yamen runners were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly followed suit. The little girl finally calmed down. She and her junior marshal brother sat on the left and right of Wan Jiayuan. They ate the buns and drank the fish soup. After eating a bun, the little girl said, "The skin on your leg is wrinkled. The swelling is starting to go down, right?" Wan Xiaoyuan just finished eating. Li Yi didn't allow him to eat too much. Why didn't I see it? Wan Jiayuan looked at his leg. It still felt the same. The space between the sweat pores is different. Compared to the other leg, the skin color is dull. Other than the swelling caused by blood circulation, the swelling also decreased after dehydration. Li Guizong followed suit. He studied hard and was smart. He knew how to analyze. My bones are still broken. I'm afraid that they'll be dislocated when they're healed. Wan Xiaoyuan expressed his concern. It had been too long. They won't look like this when they're healed. Don't worry, I'll just break them again. The little girl comforted him. Wan Jiayuan. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should feel lucky or unlucky. Little girl, you're talking so casually. It's not your leg, right? It hurts now. At night, your master, Li Dongzhu, will give you that kind of medicine. Wan Jiayuan looked at Li Yi with hidden bitterness. The pain can still be reduced without medicine. I'll give you needles. It's a targeted treatment plan, isn't it, master? The little girl wanted to use acupuncture treatment, but she suddenly realized why her master didn't let her use it. A special analgesic will be used before sleeping. Human behavior is unconscious. Under normal circumstances, analgesics are already used, so the effect won't be so obvious. You're already used to pain. Before surgery, if you use acupuncture to relieve the pain, you'll be relaxed. Otherwise, why do you need to use plaster, traction, and steel plates? Take the initiative to limit your active and passive behavior to avoid aggravating the injury. Li Yi explained. It wasn't that they couldn't use it. There were several methods. Was pain relief more important or future recovery more important? Chapter 2038. After breakfast, Li Yi thought that Wan Jiayuan had used treatment as an excuse to run to the yacht. He hadn't rested well for the past 2 days, as he was afraid that someone would ambush him. When he stood on the deck of the yacht, he was completely relieved. The farmer brought 5 winged knights and a group of bailiffs up the mountain to move things. There were automatic monitoring devices and heavy machine guns. The heavy machine guns were prepared for Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Li Yi was worried that bad people would ambush him while he was away. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan's marksmanship wasn't very accurate, but it didn't need to be. The heavy machine guns could be adjusted as they fired. "Commander Zheng, what weapon is this? It's quite heavy." One of the bailiffs spoke to the leader, Zhang Yayin. He and 2 other people carried it. 3 people was more stable than 4 people. Zhang Yayin glanced at the heavy machine gun. It's a bit like a crossbow, but it shoots slightly further. It's not as heavy as a crossbow, but can it kill enemies from 200 steps away? The bailiff continued to ask. This is even further. Zhang Yayin hesitated before answering. "Oh, I'm afraid that dozens of people won't be able to charge up the mountain." The bailiff understood and said to his 2 companions. Zhang Yayin pouted. "How many bailiffs are there in the prefecture? We'll die even if we charge up together." The 2 heavy machine guns were mounted on 3 sides of the mountain. There was only one path up the mountain, and they were walking on this path. There was no cover, only a big slope. There were no cliffs around, otherwise Dongzhu would definitely choose to attack there. In such a terrain, not to mention bad people, even 1,000 winged knights would have to use their brothers' corpses as cover if they didn't have guns. In any case, they wouldn't be able to attack in a short period of time. They would collapse tomorrow. The farmer accompanied a few people to carry other things. There were brackets and adjustable rods. Dongzhu was afraid that something would happen to Princess Yongmu, so he helped to calibrate the distance and angle of the brackets. The display at the side provides the situation at all times. It's very clear whether they hit anyone or not. If it were him guarding the mountain, he wouldn't be afraid either. How many lives would it take to charge up the mountain? When they reached a flat area at the foot of the mountain, Zhang Yayin directly picked up a heavy machine gun without a base. "With this gun, I can save a lot of effort." Zhang Kuiyin was very happy. Even without shooting, she felt that she had become stronger just by touching it. The bailiffs were speechless. How could one person carry this thing? "How much meat do you eat in a day?" "Carry it." Zhang Kuiyin returned the heavy machine gun to the bailiff. She was too tired. When they arrived at the yacht, Wan Xiaoyuan placed the weapons on it. Together with equipment that Li Yi had exchanged for, Wan Xiaoyuan finally entered a proper ward. Princess Yongmu took Xiaolan to the swimming pool on the yacht. The little girl and her junior brother began to give free medical treatment to the commoners. Li Guizong took a look at them first, and then transferred them to his senior sister. The commoners lined up to bathe in the bathrooms of the yacht and wash their clothes. After they finished bathing, their clothes were all dry. Silk clothes were the easiest to wash as they dried quickly. Linen clothes had rollers to hold them down. First, soak them in soap and water, and then pass them between the rollers. The dirty water would be pressed away. If the dirty water was directly discharged into the Yangtze River, there was no need to worry about pollution. However, it was not easy for the hair to dry. After drying it with a hairdryer for a while, someone first used a towel to wipe the hair and draped it over the body, shaking it from time to time. The drone flew around, observing everyone. The system automatically compared the posture. Li Yi sat in front of the monitor and fiddled with the mouse, numbering Wan Jiayuan's broken bones. Some small broken bones needed to be taken out and could not be pieced together. In this case, it needed to grow naturally to fill in the gaps of the broken bones. When the leg was in a swollen state, the analyzed data gave a 3-dimensional picture of the leg. It included the position of the tendons, muscles, ligaments, and blood vessels. The appearance after the swelling subsided was now clear. Special medicine needs to be used, or it will take 2 years. Li Yi frowned and muttered. According to the normal treatment with medicine, it would take too long to apply and remove the steel plate. Li Dongzhu, 2 years is fine. Wan Xiaoyuan agreed after hearing it. You can do it, but I can't. 6 months. Use special fixed auxiliary equipment and medicine. Li Yi decided that in order to exchange for good things, he needed to advertise to Wan Zhaoyuan. He would set an example and vigorously report it. He would add some words such as, "There is never a peaceful life, but there is someone who carries the burden for you." Or, "There is never a hero who falls from the sky in the world. Only ordinary people who step forward bravely." The political goal was greater than the treatment goal. The people needed this. Oh, Wan Zhaoyuan chose to listen to others. 6 months was fine, that was great. His wife looked around anxiously, looking uneasy and uneasy. "Sister-in-law, what are you?" Li looked and asked. "The house is dirty. How do I clean it? Where are the cloth and broom?" Wan Zhaoyuan's wife sat there and did not dare to move, afraid of dirtying things. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. The winged knights will take care of it. There are special tools, it is easy to clean." Li Yi did not want to ask her to learn again. It was troublesome. There were cleaning robots on the yacht. The bedding and towels only needed to be cleaned and changed. Then they were thrown into the laundry room, which was automatically washed and folded after washing. A pile of bowls and plates were thrown in, and the machine sorted, washed, and disinfected. "I have to do something." Wan Zhaoyuan's wife was in a difficult position. She could not stay idle. If she could not do something, she would not be able to find herself. Sister-in-law, please check if the dishes are damaged. Take them out if they are damaged." Li Yi thought hard and finally thought of a job to find fault with. The porcelain utensils on the yacht would be thrown away if they were damaged. Usually they would throw them in places where there were people, such as at the intersection. Li Yi did not want them, but the people could use them. If a big plate was damaged, it would not affect its use. "Okay, I will take care of it," Wan Zhaoyuan's wife solemnly promised. "Then I will have to trouble you, sister-in-law." Li nodded. "Good luck." The children outside came to the deck. They had seen boats before, but they had never seen a deck like this. This deck was obviously not used for fishing. It was so beautiful, and nothing would happen if they jumped on it. The chairs on the deck were placed casually. Looking at the river from here, it felt different. The boats passing by on the river would definitely look at the yacht. This yacht was different from other captains. Zhao Chenlu and Fang Ao sat under the sun umbrella, one on the left and one on the right, looking at the river in a daze. After a while, Fang Ao said, "Brother Zhao, your future is limitless in 2 or 3 years. It has to be done well. I have to think of the imperial court. If you don't cooperate, I will be ruthless." Zhao Chenlu did not flatter Fang Ao. He knew that the other party's family was powerful, and he had always given them face in the past. Now it was different. If Li Yi wanted to do something, and the local government wanted to bargain by not cooperating, he would take action. "Brother Zhao, don't worry. We won't dare. Li Dongzhu's matter. Whoever plays tricks in the dark will be more serious than offending the Prime Minister," Fang Ao expressed. He wanted to test Zhao Chenlu and see what he was thinking. In the end, the other party's reaction was the one he did not want to see. Chapter 2039. Time to eat, time to eat. Don't line up. After eating, rest for 2 hours. Look at how tired our 2 children are. At noon, a woman asked the people who were waiting to be checked to eat first. You can say that you are not hungry, but do you think the children will endure it with you? Those who didn't get checked told the others about their positions. Everyone coordinated with each other and started eating. In fact, the easiest way was to give a number. If the little girl was not willing, wouldn't it be better to rely on self-awareness? Li Guizhang sweated a lot and was nervous. He was afraid that others would not approve of him. The people understood that Li Dongzhu's second disciple was late and did not come from a medical family. Currently, in the learning process, he was cooperating with him. As for the other little girl, she was amazing. Her ancestors were all medical students. Now she was an official. She was the Empress's palace attendant, an external female official in the Imperial Medical Department. She was a real official and was a third-rank official. The provincial governor of Yuzhou, Zhao Chenlu, was a fourth-rank official. In terms of rank, there was a big difference. Needless to say, in terms of age, the little girl was a third-rank official in the capital, a fifth-rank official in Tang, and was higher than a fourth-rank official in the local area. Also, the little girl's official position was the Empress's palace attendant. Ask the Prime Minister if she could walk in the Empress's palace. There was no place that she could not go in and out of the Empress's palace. The people were simple. Thinking carefully, how old was the official's family member who was sick to hire a little girl? Now, the little girl was treating people all morning. She did not invite them to eat. She was not allowed to rest. Just now, the woman was not feeling well. The little girl took her to a cubicle for a private examination. Then, she was given a prescription. If it was a male doctor, would he enter the cubicle? Unless it was Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu was trustworthy. Li Dongzhu would not do anything to other women. Therefore, the women surrounded the little girl. They were most afraid of this. It was not enough to rely on pulse reading for gynecological diseases. They had to see. It was that, can I find a male physician? They could only treat by looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. With the yacht, cooking was easy. At noon, a pile of stir-fried dishes. There were worms in the stir-fried dishes. Li Yi picked them up and ate. He knew that the stir-fry machine could pick out the worms. He deliberately set it not to pick them. Anyway, they were cooked. The worm is not as big as the bean worm. Otherwise, it would be delicious when fried. Princess Yongmu also found a bug, a vegetable bug. Of course, things like carapaces and caterpillars would be thrown out when the stir-fry machine was cleaning them. That didn't give off a good impression. Only worms like silkworms and maggots could be eaten. Li Yi picked up 2 fresh shrimps with his chopsticks before placing them onto Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's plates. The prawns in the river are not bad. They are not polluted. Li Yi also picked up a big prawn for himself. Other than catching large prawns in cages, there were also those that were fished. Children of 5 or 6 years old would dig earthworms in the afternoon before going to bed. At night, they would take a small net to the river to fish for prawns. Under normal circumstances, the older children would take the lead and not allow the younger siblings to enter the water. All the prawns that could be caught were big in size. The children would treat it as a game, and it could also increase the family's income. Some wealthy families, such as Fang Ao, would send people out to buy prawns early in the morning to see if there were any children fishing for them. Today, the prawns on the yacht were all caught by children. They didn't pay for them, but they were given candy to beat the worms. They were given a big bag, enough for a few people to eat. The lines of the prawns were picked out by the smart equipment on the yacht, and there were no shells. Li Lang, the people here are poor. The Fang family doesn't count. Princess Yongmu noticed the problem. The local roads weren't good enough. The main road was built. The Fang family funded it, and the people helped. However, there were many mountains in the area, and many people walked down from the mountains. The roads weren't good. If the roads were like this, how could the people earn money? Yes, Li Yi admitted, it has already started to get better. After Li Lang's arrangements are implemented, it will be able to improve again. Xiaolan consoled. She felt that it was enough. They couldn't always compare the people of the capital with the local people. The local people sold Dongzhu pickled vegetables, and their income was at least 3 times higher than a few years ago. What did 3 times mean? Lending? Doubling a year? Doubling a year was public money, so how could normal people lend it out? Other people didn't want it. If you have 500 yuan, find me and lend it to me. I will give you 40 yuan a month. I'm not stupid, so why would I lend you money? Public money was something that the rich people had to give out. For example, Fang Ao's Fang family had to borrow money from the imperial court. Luckily, it wasn't much. Only 50,000 yuan per state. Yuzhou was a lower state, and each person would get an average of 2 yuan. Giving out 2 yuan a year wasn't much. But if normal people didn't give it, the rich families would bear the cost. It was similar to Li Yi's voluntary donation. The secretary of the municipal government and the secretary of the municipal government didn't participate, and the secretary of the municipal government took care of it. They found a group of entrepreneurs in the city to have a meeting, and they ate and drank. The name of the meeting was Local Enterprise Development Fellowship Meeting. The contents of the meeting included the various service needs of the local enterprises, as well as the spiritual and material support that the local enterprises would provide to the local government. Support. It was voluntary, the kind that couldn't be stopped. The passion was burning, and the fire department couldn't extinguish it. What? Not donating? There was nothing wrong with it. It was voluntary. The fire department that couldn't extinguish the passion would go to your company to see if it met the fire department's standards. If it met the standards, there was no problem. If it didn't, the company would immediately stop production and make corrections. What? You said that when you built the factory, you found the local fire department to help with the planning and construction? Didn't you say that the fire department's equipment was old? Didn't the standards increase? The Tang dynasty was the same. They didn't find ordinary people who couldn't even afford to eat, but people like Fang Ao. When the income of the people tripled in a few years without lending, how much would the overall income of the whole place increase? That's true, Li said. He suddenly turned sideways and picked up a 3- or 4-year-old baby who rushed over. The comfort level of the yacht deck is high, but you can't run around. In fact, the restaurant inside is better, but it's not close to the people. It's divided into various private spaces, Li said as he gave the baby a shrimp. The little guy grabbed the shrimp with his 2 small hands and stuffed it into his mouth. He could chew it. Dongzhu, there's a blizzard in Shanghai. There's a blizzard in Heavenly Soldier Army. Yesterday, a small robot slipped out and reported to Li. Good. Shanghai's blizzard is good. Li didn't worry about the snow in Heavenly Soldier Army. The logistical support he gave to Heavenly Soldier Army was absolutely enough. When he knew that Shanghai was the same, he was happy. Can it freeze a lot of people to death? Zhao Chenlu had been listening before and now asked, It's small worldview. I don't even want to talk to you about structure. People who say that other people's structure is small are themselves small. We talk about life, values, and worldview. All the land under the sky is the king's land. All the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. It's snowing heavily, and the local people are having a hard time. We have to help. When I think about the people they're suffering and not being able to eat, I have to eat more and help the local people eat, even if I have to last until I die. Li said with a sad face. He picked up 2 more shrimps and stuffed them into his mouth. Fresh shrimps are delicious. Chapter 2040. Fang Ao was listening at the side. He thought for a while and said, 2 years ago there was a heavy snowfall. The snow was this thick. Yes, it was this thick. He gestured and looked at Provincial Governor Zhao Chenlu to prove that he was not lying. Yes, Yuzhou doesn't snow much. Especially in this era, the weather is generally warm. Tubo can even grow wheat and rice. Li nodded. It was roughly located in the Banan district of Chongqing, and part of Fuling was planned to enter Yuzhou. The snow in the north is half as thick. Fang Ao gestured again. Not only is the snow thick, it's waist deep. The wind is strong enough to blow people away. It's daytime and you can't even open your eyes. The grass on the ground is completely buried. Food for the sheep and horses is a problem. The houses in Yuzhou are also covered in snow. No one cares about them at night. At dawn, they will dig people out from the collapsed houses. Li explained to Fang Ao. Many people in the Tang dynasty had never left the county in their lives. The people in the north did not know about the heat in Chongzhou, nor did they know about the snow in Yazhou. Let's take the opportunity to destroy the Turks. Their fighting strength is weak. Fang Ao suggested, Destroy? There are so many people. I can't bear to do that. Send people to save them. They can hold on for 2 to 3 months. The main reason is that they lack supplies. Li shook his head. The Turks were no longer a threat. The real war would be in the north. In Europe, there were religious conflicts. Those people would not reason with you. They would conquer, and conquer. Zhao Qianlu raised his eyebrows. Help them? Do they know how to be grateful? Whether they are grateful or not depends on the military strength of the Tang dynasty. There are good things, and the economy is developing rapidly. Without a strong military, you are surrounded by bad people. You are strong in military. You are invincible. You can fight whoever you want. You are surrounded by good friends. If you have powerful weapons and can provide help to others in their daily lives, others will consider joining you. Li Yi said with a smile. Gratitude? That was naive. How long will it take to make them our people? Zhao Qianlu wanted to know more about the policies of the imperial court. Fang Ao also looked at Zhao Qianlu. Why are you looking at me? How would I know? Before the spring festival next year, the imperial examinations for current affairs and policy. Li Yi gave the answer. Many thanks, provincial governor. Fang Ao reacted. The provincial governor was helping his clan's descendant to ask about the current affairs. It's fine. Zhao Qianlu waved his hand. He needed the Fang clan to cooperate with him. Tell Song Songde to prepare more pellets and feed. Send them to the heavenly soldiers first. From the heavenly soldiers to the small sea route, the other routes won't be easy. Buying camels at a high price could be exchanged with the Abbasid Caliphate. Su Lu's cavalry could also use the camels to exchange for good items. But they are not allowed to exchange camels for captives, only slaves for captives. This will make it impossible for them to make peace with the white-clothed Arabs. Li Yi told the little robot that it did not need to ask Baigu for money for delivering things. In the future, the Li family Zhuangzi would benefit from planting potatoes, corn, and other crops on the grassland. Others' processing technology and scale could not compare to Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi was the first to produce starch, vermicelli, corn oil, sunflower oil, and other products, and then they made money. Okay, the little robot's voice was always so interesting. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, someone else will come looking for us. Li Yi said and sped up his eating. He had just put down his chopsticks when the little robot said, Bai Zaifu wants to talk. Do you want to answer? Look, once the message is sent out, the little robot there will tell third brother, and then others will know. Answer. Li Yi said with a look as if he had the foresight. Xiao Yi, how's Wan Zhaoyuan's leg? Baigu's voice came out. Wan Zhaoyuan, who was drying his leg at the side, was stunned. Then, tears welled up in his eyes. He quickly raised his arm and wiped them with the back of his hand. He didn't expect that Zai Fu would ask about him first when the 10,000 miles voice transmission device rang. What problem can there be with me? I'll go back in a few days. It won't affect me from lecturing about Buddhism and Dharma. Li Yi almost patted his chest and promised that the leg would be cured. Then I can rest assured. His Majesty is also concerned about Wan Zhaoyuan's situation. It is because of people like Wan Zhaoyuan that the Tang dynasty is stable. Baigu mentioned Wan Zhaoyuan again, and Li Longji. Wan Zhaoyuan continued to wipe his tears. He was so touched. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Everything is fine. Li Yi was still cooperating. He knew Old Bai was doing it on purpose. Whether Wan Zhaoyuan was by his side or not, he had to take a gamble first. His Majesty asked me to ask if the supplies to support Shaohai should not be deducted from the tax paid by Li family Zhuangzi, right? Baigu changed the topic. This was the most important thing. Why didn't His Majesty ask himself, do you believe that I will impeach you? How dare you falsify His Majesty's verbal order? Li Yi absolutely did not believe that Li Longji would ask such a thing. Old Bai was obviously too active. I said that His Majesty asked me to ask you about what you said before. The following words were asked by me. Baigu reacted quickly and denied it. Deduct? What does the imperial court's business have to do with me, Zhuangzi? Li Yi did not pretend to be generous. Deducting from the tax was a matter of principle. But the imperial court's finances are not healthy enough recently. Bai Gu used a new combination of words. Provincial Governor Zhao, tell old Bai about the local situation. I will take a stroll. Li Yi stood up and brought Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan to the edge of the deck. Okay. Zhao Qinlu replied. It was the first time he used something from the gods. He said to the little robot, Old Bai, no, Bai Zaifu, I am the provincial governor of Yuzhou, Zhao Qinlu. When he heard Li Yi and Bai Gu call each other Old Bai, just now he couldn't control himself. Speak. What did Xiao Yi do at your place again? Bai Gu asked. Do something? Oh, what does it mean? There is an open-pit coal mine in Kaizhou downstream of Yuzhou, and there is sand gold here. Zhao Qinlu could only tell him the contents of the memorial that he had sent away. He wanted to act first and report later. As expected, Xiao Yi can definitely come up with good ideas wherever she goes. There is coal, and it is an open-pit mine. There are many other minerals in Yuzhou. That sand gold, the purity is low, and it has to be smelted later. This money belongs to the imperial court? Thank you, your majesty. I know about your place. Do as Xiao Yi says. We will talk about the tax later. Bai Gu communicated with Li Longji with his eyes. Under normal circumstances, Li Yi would find a gold mine and give it to Li Longji. The local Fang family is willing to pay the tax. His family is in business and his children are diligent. Zhao Qinlu spoke up for Fang Ao. Fang Ao didn't have the right to talk to the chancellor. I will talk to Xiao Yi about this and ask about the situation later. Bai Gu didn't tell Zhao Qinlu whether it was okay or not. How could a provincial governor participate in the imperial examinations for the children of merchants? Zhao Qinlu nodded repeatedly. He had achieved his goal. Bai Gu and Li Yi would mention this matter later. Fang Ao didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His face was full of gratitude. You have to take good care of Xiao Yi. He is young, and it is easy for him to overlook some things. Bai Gu continued to explain things to Zhao Qinlu. He told Zhao Qinlu to communicate with him immediately if there was anything. Zhao Qinlu. Chapter 2041. After the call with Zhao Qinlu ended, Bai Gu, who was in Luoyang's Li family Zhuangzi, had a smile on his face. Several local provinces can develop with the open-pit coal mining in Bing province, not only in Yu province, but also in the neighboring provinces. Bai Gu looked into the distance. The sky seemed to be shining with a golden light. He knew that there were many mountains in that area. The more mountains there were, the more mines there were. Coal was needed to smelt all kinds of ores. In the past, the iron and coal mines downstream were transported elsewhere. The cost of smelting ironware with a large amount of wood in Yu province was higher than the price they paid for the ironware in He province. A large number of officials in He province had been dealt with previously. They were basically wiped out. The local people did not enjoy much mineral benefits back then. The officials were too greedy. In addition to the local forces, the imperial court made a lot of money and confiscated property. Now that the people there were rich, their income had increased by at least several times, even if they were pushing carts or carrying poles to sell wontons. The imperial court had benefited greatly from this. Now that there was another place, Bai Gu felt that there would be more money next year. We should ask Li Yi to go out more and take a look at the various provinces. Song Jing found a business opportunity. Wherever Li Yi went, he would definitely help the local people to develop. If possible, we should send Li Yi to be a provincial governor. A provincial governor would be enough for 2 or 3 months. Su Yi echoed. If Dr. Li goes to the Protectorate of the North, the governor's mansion, and the Jidushi, it will probably attract more foreigners to join the Tang dynasty. Your abilities are only stronger than my brother Yi. When you go to the place, you will definitely be able to comfort the people and make them prosper. Li Longji looked at Song Jing and Su Yi. Are the two of you going? One will be a provincial governor again, and the other will be a Jidushi? The imperial court can't do without Dr. Li, Su Er quickly tried to smooth things over. He had never left the center of power. To put it bluntly, he had no experience in holding a position. Song Jing had been a county magistrate, governor, provincial governor, and governor of Guangzhou. Bai Gu had been a county magistrate, a registrar, a senior official, a provincial governor, an inspector, a governor of Guangzhou, and a magistrate of Hunan. Zhang Jiling had been the Lingnan envoy, the city shipping envoy, and the governor of Guangzhou. Su Yi was afraid. He was afraid that he would be sent outside because he didn't know how to work. Of course, he could be compared to Li Yi. He had more experience than Li Yi. Li Yi was a Dongzhu of Zhuangzi. Later on, like a sycophant, he obtained the civil and military positions. When he went out to sea to look for seeds, he had an official position with real power. Being in charge of overseas affairs was, in fact, an empty position. After he came back, he occasionally worked as a so-called official for a day to join in the fun. What else? Gone. However, a person with such qualifications would be able to do everything. He would be able to understand the land, the court, the land, the craftsmen, the economy, the military, medicine, and the country. There would be no problem in arranging him in any position. He would definitely do a good job. Therefore, he could not be allowed to go to any position. He was only suitable to stay in his home, everyone's common home. There's a call. Your Majesty, there's a call. The sudden birth of the little robot broke the awkward atmosphere. Who's calling? Li Longji asked. My Dongzhu. The little robot answered. Connect. Okay. Third brother, I remember something. There are many fish in the Yangtze River, and the fishermen's nets are not good enough. Next year, let the Northwest grow more cotton. Then, soak the cotton in pig blood and steam it. It's not afraid of water. Soak in pig blood once or twice a year. With the current boats, the fish in the Yangtze River can't be caught completely. The main reason is that there is less industrial pollution. There is a lot of salt in Sichuan, which is used by the fishermen by the river to pickle dried fish or make fish floss in the handicraft industry. Li Yi's voice came through the small robot, and the moment he opened his mouth, he spoke about the people's livelihood. The Northwest region, which was a part of Xinjiang at that time, provided a lot of cotton this year. It was made into military coats, medical cotton, and cotton cloth, and sent back a lot. The quantity was not enough. The locals tried to grow it this year, but they were always worried that Su Lu would attack again. At the same time, they were also afraid that the Turks would move horizontally. It was not easy for the local people to pick some cotton. Not next year. Su Lu's cavalry was suppressed, and the Turks ran to Shanghai. When the steam engine was sent to the Northwest and used for farming, more steam engines would be accepted by the people there next year. The development of society would be pushed forward step by step. Brother Yi, you've worked hard, Li Longji said emotionally. He flew over to help the people fix their bones, but in the end he kept thinking of ways to help the people. I'll be able to return to Luoyang on the 10th of October. I'll get the newspapers to help publicize the speech. Ask if there are any businessmen who want to advertise. The court doesn't collect taxes. The money earned goes to the printing shops and intelligence departments of the newspapers. Build the relay stations properly. Don't wait for the population to increase in the future and temporarily expand the relay stations. Li Yi told him the date of return. This was not because June Wen's return date was uncertain. At most, he would just fly back. Very good. I'll get someone to do it. Li Longji agreed. He suddenly realized that the monks and Taoist priests could even earn advertising fees if they performed. With such a grand occasion, advertising fees couldn't be cheap. Third brother, I'll take half a day to go out to sea on the way back. I'll fish for hairtail and dogclaw snails. There are 40 winged knights on the boat, including me. We'll wear diving equipment and underwater demolition equipment. It'll be fresh when we reach Luoyang. We'll drink and not give it to others. Li Yi also told him to bring gifts when he went home. He couldn't ask for them from the people. He could get them himself. Take the canal and run out first. The Zhoushan archipelago was rich in marine resources. Okay. Be careful. Li Longji was happy. He had eaten dogclaw, snails a total of 4 times. Seafood had a time limit unless he ate it dry and soaked it. Xiao Yi, bring back more seaweed and seaweed. There are local fishermen. Hire them. Bai Gu was tempted and directly interrupted. The communication was cut off. Li Yi didn't say whether he would bring them or not. Xiao Yi isn't as good as before. Bai Gu shook his head regretfully. Gang Ro will bring it back. The goosefoot in seaweed is the best. Kuinbu. Zhang Juling smacked his lips. The kuinbu was a medicinal herb, and he believed that Li Yi wouldn't let any medicinal herbs go. On the other side, Li Yi went into the water with the winged knights. There was also a life buoy. While Li Yi was on the phone, an accident happened on a boat upstream. A whirlpool suddenly appeared on the surface of the river. 2 boats that could normally cross each other were brought together by the whirlpool. The people on the boat fell into the water. The experts on the other boats, downstream, jumped down and prepared to save them. There were also small boats that began to cooperate with the search and rescue line downstream. The boats went against the current and maintained their position. Li Yi and the others saw the 2 boats collide. It was impossible for the people to be moving. They watched. They jumped down. The small robots pushed the inflatable assault boat to the end of the boat and pushed it down the slope. Li Yi and the winged knights who jumped down moved in the water and took off all their clothes. They swam naked and didn't care if others saw them. If anyone dared to gossip in this situation, Li Yi would tie them to a stone and throw them into the river to feed the fish. Buzz, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The group of drones instantly rose into the air. They were controlled to chase after the assault boat and the life buoy. The small hooks below hooked the ropes on the assault boat and the life buoy, and the fasteners fixed by hand. Chapter 2042. The boat is capsized. The boat is capsized. The big boat is capsized. Ouch. Fong Ao stomped his feet and shouted. He didn't dare to jump down. It would be good enough if he could hold on until rescue arrived. If he was asked to save someone, he would be a burden. Another batch of drones flew out with water mirrors hanging below. They flew to the heads of Li Yi and the feathered forest flying cavalry and lowered their altitude. Li Yi reached out and put one on his head. His upper body suddenly jumped out of the water to his waist. He used this time to check the situation before diving down. His head sank. His thighs drove his calves to kick the water quickly, and his arms alternately stretched forward to kick the water. The frequency of his legs and arms kicking the water was obviously higher than the frequency under normal conditions. His legs hit too. For times, this was normal. Now, Li Yi's frequency had reached 2. 8. His arms' frequency didn't change. This was what swimmers used in their final sprint. It was very tiring. The 40 winged knights' movements were the same as Li Yi's. They could swim a distance of tens of meters in a few tenths of a second. If you want to save someone, look at the position of the drones in the sky. If you want to save someone, look at the sky. The drones were shouting in the sky. One by one, they were looking for people who had fallen into the water. They couldn't see clearly, but there were sonar radars on the yachts. The people who could still struggle on the water received air support. The drones flew to the side with life buoys attached. They suddenly lowered their position and broke free from the hook. The life buoys landed where people could reach. Those who caught them knew what to do. Carry them. Li Yi grabbed a person. His body nimbly turned in the water and came behind the person. His hands lifted the person's armpits. The person wanted to turn around and grab something until his head popped out of the water. He started coughing and hit his throat with his hand. He could obviously breathe, but couldn't inhale. He was suffocating and had an anxious look on his face. Li Yi reached forward and put his hands together. He moved down to the person's stomach, an inch below the person's chest, and pulled back. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough, cough. Ah, ah. Huff, huff. A lifeboat was dragged over by 2 drones. Li Yi shouted, "Grab it!" After shouting, he let go of his hand and placed his hand on the edge of the assault boat. He stepped on the water with all his might and flipped his body into the water. Then he turned around and pulled the person who had fallen into the water. Just as the other party came up, Li Yi jumped to the back, opened the throttle, and started the engine. He adjusted the throttle, and the assault boat shot forward. "Wah wah 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 wah," he said to Li Yi. "Li Yi, wah 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 wah." The other party nodded, coughed twice, and prepared to help. One after another, assault boats were sent to the winged knight's side. One by one, the soldiers were scooped up from the water. Countless drones flew around, and the fishermen and ferrymen who participated in the rescue were located according to their location, not letting a single one escape. Grab a life buoy and float with the person who fell into the water and wait for the boat to arrive. There were also people beating up people who had fallen into the water. The person who had fallen into the water held onto a fisherman and refused to let go. Another fisherman stepped forward and beat him until he was dazed before saving him. After the yacht scanned and confirmed that there were no unrescued people, the drones brought a lot of underwear to Li Yi and the others, including the fishermen and ferrymen. Everyone was naked. One was to be flexible underwater, and the other was to be caught so that they could break free. The assault boats and boats brought people to the shore and lined up to board the yacht. The little girl and the junior brother helped to check their bodies. If someone was drowning, it looked like there was no problem for them to come up and walk, but they were still in a drowning state. Such people had to be found and rescued individually. Otherwise, they would collapse after a while and be found to have died of drowning. There was a large group of people, men, women, old and young. They talked to the winged knights and Li Yi. The fishermen didn't understand. They only cared about saving people and didn't need to thank them. Their clothes were also put on underwear. Some of the women didn't wear tops, and now they didn't either. The little girls were fine, but the adult ones were not elegant. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan found cloth from the yacht and wrapped it around the women to cover them. The 2 of them talked to each other. They could understand. Southwestern barbarians. The Li family Zhuangzi had many dialects, and they could speak different dialects of the southwestern barbarians. It's obviously overloaded. Does that boat look like it can hold 700 people? 200 people is barely enough. Li Yi found a set of winged knight's clothes and put them on. His clothes were being fished up. The drones flew downstream and saw the clothes occasionally roll up and get caught. The clothes couldn't stay underwater forever. The fishermen below were also fishing. They hung nets, and the clothes were valuable. Dong Zhu, the fisherman who helped want to leave. Commander Zheng is stopping them. A farmer ran over. "Leave? I don't allow them to leave. Who dares to leave?" Li Yi said, "Got it." The farmer ran off again and threatened the fishermen and ferrymen who participated in the rescue. "My Dong Zhu said that anyone who dares to move will have their legs broken," the farmer said to everyone. "Broken legs are very painful," Zhao Yuan confirmed. The fishermen and ferrymen stayed behind with smiles. They were too embarrassed to stay before, but they knew that there would be good things later. Since Li Dongzhu asked them to stay, they might as well stay. They wanted to have a good meal together at night. "Master, these 3 people have fluid in their lungs. Do you want a thoracopuncture?" Li Yi strolled to the hospital. Li Guizong pointed at the 3 people sitting there and asked, "How much fluid do you need for a thoracopuncture? You want to operate on them, right?" Li Yi said as he looked at the data on the computer. He then looked at the 3 people who were acting normal. At least they looked normal. "I'll give you a chance. Inject a diuretic. The fluid won't be large and can be expelled." Li Yi was relieved. He didn't want to perform a thoracopuncture on others. He was in a hurry to go home. After the thoracopuncture, he had to take care of people. Li Guizong was happy and prepared to perform acupuncture on others, even though the 3 people said that they were fine. A few more people were injected by Li Guizong. They were rescued after falling into the water. Some of them had already lost consciousness. They weren't afraid of water in their stomachs, but if the water in their lungs wasn't completely expelled, there would be fluid left. In addition to needles, there were also people who had to take medicine. The water they inhaled was not clean and they had diseases. When they saw other diseases during the examination, they couldn't pretend that they didn't know. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were also busy. They were designing blueprints on the computer and were about to print them out. "Is this flower beautiful?" Princess Yongmu asked Xiaolan. "It's beautiful, but chrysanthemums aren't suitable for shopping vouchers." Xiaolan said from the side, "Chrysanthemums aren't good." "Yes, how about roses?" Princess Yongmu changed the background of the picture to a sea of roses. Okay. Xiaolan said again, "Lotus, lotus, how about lotus? Golden oars and magnolia boats, playing with Jiangnan lotuses. The fragrance of lotus crosses the pond. Lotus leaves fill the river." Lu Xiaowei's poem. Princess Yongmu changed the picture. "Lotus? I won't ask you. I'll ask Li Lang later." Princess Yongmu felt that she couldn't continue to ask Xiaolan to be her advisor. Chapter 2043. Before dinner, when Li Yi finished seeing the patients, Princess Yongmu was still designing. "Li Lang, look, I want to make a shopping voucher. Can I use lotus flowers?" Princess Yongmu changed the lotus flowers again and again. "Okay." Li Yi looked at the row of design pages under the table and nodded vigorously. Not to mention lotus flowers, he said that everything was good. He could not let Princess Yongmu be tired. "How is it good?" Princess Yongmu asked. "Lotus flowers are good." "How is it good?" "It's like this. The flowers of water, land, grass, and trees are very cute. Tao Yuanming of the Jin dynasty only loves chrysanthemums. In the Tang dynasty, the people loved the peony very much. Only the lotus flowers grow out of the mud but are not stained. Clear ripples, but are not demons. Can be seen from afar, but not touched." Li Yi had no choice but to copy one. He was not in the mood to write poems and fill in lyrics. Princess Yongmu nodded repeatedly. "Good, this prose is good. Li Lang is indeed amazing." Xiaolan also thought that lotus flowers were good. He could actually write like this. "I copied it." Li Yi did not think much of it. It was indeed copied. He could not write the same thing, as long as it's buried well and doesn't come out. Xiaolan smiled sweetly. "Don't worry. It will take at least 500 years for it to come out." Li promised. Then he wondered, "When Tian, you're making shopping vouchers." "There are many people who saved people today. It's not good to give them vouchers directly. It will make it seem like we're using money to buy people's willingness to save people. Xiaolan and I decided to give them vouchers in the name of Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. It's impossible for them to buy things there. The local rich people will buy from them and then spend it at Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion in Luoyang. If they use the vouchers to buy things, they will be given beautiful gifts." Princess Yongmu stated her purpose. When giving benefits to others, she considered the other party's dignity. When others saved people, they did not think about anything else. After saving people and taking the money, it was as if they saved people for the money. It was different if they used vouchers. They could find an excuse, such as their clothes being torn, and get them new ones. Why did they come to Luoyang? There would definitely be people coming to buy coupons. Like the Fong family, they were going to participate in the imperial examinations. When a man went, he needed someone to accompany him. He couldn't be like Wang Wei, who was all alone. In addition, Fong Ao would go and bring his family to see the prosperity of Luoyang. "The two of you are lotus in my eyes," Li Yi praised with a smile. "No." Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan shook their heads in unison. "We're not vases. Your hearts are the same as Lien's," Li Yi rephrased. "Yes," the two of them replied at the same time. Print more shopping coupons. Send drones to those nearby and those across the Yangtze River. Li Yi carried Princess Yongmu to the side and sat down to operate the computer. If you print too much, you'll lose too much money. Princess Yongmu wanted to give money to the savior, but she didn't intend to give it to anyone else. You gave each of them 50 taels. Could it be that they only bought 50 taels worth of things when they came to Luoyang? We lack rich customers now, and the cost of things is low. Both of you know that. If they buy 60 taels worth of things, we will have a few taels worth of profits. There are many rich people in Jiangnan. Li Yi reminded the two of them. Do you really think that the things in Wentianlan Pavilion are expensive? It's just that they are expensive. Here, Princess Yongmu smiled. That's right. I'll give you money, and you can go and buy things. When I have money, I can fund the army. All right. Finalize the version and print it out. The craftsmanship is not as good as the coupons. Put on the plastic seal. Li Yi decided to exchange for some materials. The paper was too thin, and the plastic seal's price would be higher. Li Yi set the number and went out to check. There were a total of 7 people injected with diuretics. Later, there were 4 more. Li Dongzhu. Li Yi had just arrived at the hospital when someone called him softly. Yo, isn't this Shou Changshi? How are you? Li Yi turned his head and saw a familiar face. At least he did not forget about him. The chief of the Southwest Army, Zhou Gang, had brought the first batch of pandas and Southwest barbarians to Chang, and to exchange for money. I'm fine. Even if I fell into the water, I'm fine. Zhou Gang smiled. Oh, so it was Zhou Changshi who fell into the water with his men. You ran ahead of the memorial. Li Yi immediately understood. The rescued people said that they were contacted by some businessmen, and the local chief of the army had personally escorted them. Ah, yes, the memorial is at the back. I think they had encountered some special circumstances. I hope the brothers who delivered the memorial are safe. Zhou Gang was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. He had left his post and asked you to guard the Southwest Army. What are you doing here? There was no problem with his attitude and actions. He had brought more than 700 Southwest barbarians. In such an urgent situation, he could not wait for a reply from the imperial court. If there was a need, he would have to give a list of people who were not paid. These people were sacrificed when they were delivering the memorial. If not, why was the memorial not delivered? It's just a small matter. You really don't care about the lives of the Southwest barbarians. 200 people are already crammed into the ship, but you brought in 716 people. Li Yi was helpless. No wonder they could not avoid the whirlpool. The ship was too deep in the water. There was heavy rain, and the disaster was serious. Malaria was even worse. We still have 2 batches of people who were exchanged for malaria pills. They are waiting for the ship. I am in a hurry. The cargo ship did not know how to avoid my ship and collided with it. Luckily, Li Dongzhu was there. Zhou Gang did not forget to blame others. He was going with the flow and overloaded the ship. I have never heard of a ship that is going against the current. It is not easy to adjust to the current. Unless you raise the flag of the local government, there is an emergency. Li Yi looked at him with disdain. You don't even dare to raise the flag. The cargo was also lost. You can get some from the lower reaches, but you still have to pay for the rest. What reason do you have to pay for it? What do we do now? Zhou Gang laughed. Hire another ship. I will take care of the 2 ships that collided with the Southwest barbarians. Pay? We did not send slaves. We did not expect to get money. The malaria pills were exchanged for something valuable. We thought that you, Li Dongzhu, can control the Southwest barbarians, so we sent them to you. You can arrange things. We can't always take advantage of you. We are living a good life now. Zhou Gang had a grateful look on his face. He expressed that he would not sell them for money. He did not want to be slaves. Li Yi's expression suddenly became solemn. Brothers, Thank you for your trouble. I will arrange things from now on. That's why I looked for you. There's still 25 brothers hiding. Zhou Gang smiled and nodded. Why are you hiding in front of me? Even if His Majesty wants to punish you, I can coax His Majesty. Li Yi also smiled. Would they really not be discovered if they hid? He did not have the time to do so. Otherwise, when he arranged for the southwest barbarians to deal with the ship, they would all be found. How many drones would fly? Dongzhu, we found something wrong. I am here to get the heavy machine gun. Someone. Zhou Chang sure? That group of people are brothers? Zheng Guiyin hurried over to get the heavy machine gun. When she saw Zhou Gang, she instantly understood the situation. Chapter 2044. Thank you for your mercy, brother. Zhou Gang was not the same as when he entered Chang and for the first time. He had learned a lot. It was a heavy machine gun, and he wanted to use it on his own brother? Was there a need for that? Zhang Guiyin nodded and said into the small microphone on his collar, "Remove the alert. Brothers from Zhichong, come over together. I saw Zhou Gang, Zhou Chang." How did you find out? Zhou Gang was puzzled. Soldiers are different from ordinary people. You brought the elites of Zhichong. Their swimming ability can save themselves. Others fell into the water and swam with the current. You swam diagonally and even gathered together. We didn't see it when we were saving people, but someone on the shore saw it. The boatmen swam to save people, and your people hid. Zhang Guiyin told Zhou Gang that there were many people on the shore. When they were anxious, they stared at people. Your people didn't save people, but gathered together and hid in the reeds. Did you think the people were stupid? Dongzhu was here and the people didn't say anything? Not long after, 25 people came and cupped their fists to Li Yi. Take a bath first. After that, eat and cook dumplings. Li Yi returned the salute. The 25 people were elites and could fight. At night, they ate boiled dumplings and roasted mutton. Dumplings were the staple food. The dumplings made by the yacht restaurant were automatically filled with meat and vegetables. Flour was added, water and flour were added, and then the dumplings were made. It was fully automatic, and people only needed to put the ingredients in. The food made this way was soulless, but the taste and texture were the same. Bonfires were lit on the shore. More than 5,000 people participated in the bonfires. The drones helped to distribute shopping vouchers for Wen and Lan Pavilion. During the day, the people were more and more curious about the drones. They found that this flying thing was very useful. It could find people underwater. Was it powerful? The people who were hit by the cargo ship were also there. Their first reaction after the collision was to save people and goods and let them drift with the current. This was the rule of people who made a living in the river. Human life came first. Otherwise, if you didn't save people when you could, the dead people would be waiting for you in the river. If you dared to sail in the future, you could guarantee that the employer wouldn't hire you if something big happened. If you went into the water yourself, be careful of being dragged down. If you saved people, they would die. If you didn't save them, they would die. If you tried your best to save them, it had nothing to do with you. If you don't save her, stay away from the water in the future, including your family. And the one who saved the most people was actually the corpse fishermen, which was a profession. They were the best swimmers. No matter how turbid the water was, they could keep their eyes open. Usually they would smear oil on their eyeballs first. This way they would be able to see things blurry, but they could withstand the stolen goods in the water. Then he would raise a dog, a black dog. If Black Dog barked when he returned home, he would have to walk around the area where the corpse was picked up. There were also corpses standing in the water, neither going up nor down. There were also corpses that could move. They stood in the water as if they were walking. Later on, the more it spread, the more mysterious it became, because the people who spread it did not consider the laws of the time. Why did he raise a black dog? This was because Black Dog was camouflaged at night. The dog barks when the smell of blood or the congealed blood sticks to it. At this time, the person who scooped up the corpses wiped his body and clothes. He went out to see the situation and where was the best place to dispose of the corpses. Now that the authorities are here, they'll have to provide assistance. Do you think you'll be fine just by retrieving the corpse? I even said that you were the one who killed him, but you pretended to bail him out. The corpses standing in the water were obviously stoned. Some of the stones were light and were in the position of the whirlpool, so the corpses looked like they could walk. If you can't fish them out, report it to the authorities. When the authorities come, you accompany them down to sea. If it's true, you'll be rewarded. This was just like Li Yi's locksmiths. They had to report to the authorities and follow the procedures strictly. When the person scooped up the corpses normally, they were also responsible for solving the cases of people who died unnaturally. When it came to Li Yi, the people who wrote the books only wrote scares, not the real situation. There was a person who scooped up the corpses for dinner. He brought along a black dog and sat next to the fire instead of hiding in a corner. Li Yi brought a glass of wine closer. You're a good swimmer, old man. This dog is good too. Go down and help. As Li Yi spoke, he threw a piece of lamb leg bone to the black dog. There was meat on it. It was raw. The black dog looked at the bone, then turned to look at its master. Eat, Li Dongzhu is one of us. The person scooped up the bone and spoke to the dog. The dog happily took the bone and put it in front of itself, biting it with its paw. Seeing the dog eating happily, the person scooped up some wine. It's good to be a little swimmer. I don't know how old I was, but I'm not afraid in the water. Some people say that swimming requires a lot of movement. I don't understand, but I can float whenever I want to. At first, I was fishing with my father. Then one day, the children in the village died. They said to fish in the river nearby, so the person scooped up the corpses and told his story. There were children who died, so he helped to scoop them up. He was a born swimmer. Since then, there were a few people who drowned within a year. Most of them were rescued alive, and a small number of them died. No one remembered those who were alive, but those who were able to scoop up the corpses understood. Just like that, he started to participate in the cases of the authorities. He also fished and ferried. Scooping up corpses was just a side job. His parents were still alive, and he had a wife and child. His child was studying in school and had good grades, the kind that received scholarships. Today, he brought the spinning net and cast it in the middle of the river, ready to catch a big fish to send Li Yi up. In the end, the two boats collided. His boat was hit by something, so he jumped down to save people. Li Yi and the winged knights were not as good swimmers as him. He was like a fish in the water. Then you were demoted as a deputy coroner, so your child can't take the imperial examinations. Li Yi came over with a purpose. The child of a coroner was not allowed to take the imperial examinations. It's good that the child learned useful knowledge. The person nodded slightly. I have some related books for you later. Take a look and tell me if there's anything you need. You can swim in the Yangtze River, so can you swim in the Luo River? I want to discuss some things with you. Why don't you and your family? Thank you, Li Dongzhu. We'll go with you to Luoyang. The person scooped up the corpses, was trembling with excitement. That's great. Pack up tomorrow and bring the black dog. I'm talking about you. Do you think you're good? You'll understand when you get to Luoyang. The mountain dogs are everywhere. Li Yi got into a fight with the dog. The black dog's name was Black Dog, just like the name of Vacancy Inn. Whenever someone mentioned the black dog would look over. The black dog glanced at Li Yi, then lowered its head and continued to gnaw on the bone. It had eaten its second meal, so this was an extra meal. It was delicious. Li Yi chatted with the person scooped up the corpses for a while, then went back to look for Princess Yongmu. Li Lang wants the coroner's son to take the imperial examinations. Princess Yongmu understood. Actually, they should have another name. They're called forensic doctors. I can temporarily act as a forensic doctor. As long as someone dies, I'll know how they died if I want to know. Forensic doctors are just like doctors who treat and save people. They're very professional. They speak for the dead and have the right to live. I'll bring his family over to show them my attitude." Li Yi admitted that he had a purpose. Chapter 2045. Speaking up for the dead? My Li Lang is indeed domineering. Princess Yongmu smiled like a flower. "When I'm free, I'll see if there are any unsolvable cases in Luoyang. I'll do some practical work." Li Yi puffed out his chest and muttered to himself, "At least leave some evidence behind. Where can I find evidence when the person has been gone for so many years?" The corpse fisherman packed a pile of dumplings and left the boat. He hurriedly brought Black Dog home to discuss the relocation of his family. The people were still lively. There were many of them, and they participated in a large rescue operation. Many people fell into the water one after another, but none of them died. The owner of the cargo ship was counting the money. Li Yi compensated him with exchange coupons on behalf of Zhougang. He had finished shipping the goods for others. There's soybean oil, flour, dried rice noodles, jerky, salted duck eggs, cloth hatchet, hoe, and so on. He took the boat once and brought along the items of the merchants. He wanted to repair the ship, compensate others, and compensate for lost time. He paid them all and doubled them. This was equivalent to an extra half a year's income. Including the crew, he received extra money. It was said to be compensation for clothes, but in reality, it was a reward for saving people. The other fishermen and ferrymen received shopping coupons that were sealed in plastic. This shopping coupon can only be bought from Luoyang or Cheng. It's quite far. How much can one buy? A fisherman was more practical. He was not very smart. He looked at the coupon and fretted. Beside him, a woman who sold seasonal fruits to passenger ships along the river glanced at him. "Third cripple, is your brain broken?" "I'm not a cripple. I hurt my leg that year and was crippled for 3 months. I've already recovered. Why is there no end to this?" Third cripple was unhappy. "I'll tell you how to spend your shopping coupon." The woman pointed at the coupon. "You tell me, and I'll buy your fruits next time." Third cripple made a deal. "No, you're too stupid. I'll be scolded if I take too much money from you. I'll feel bad if I take too little. If you sell it to the rich people on the passing passenger ships, so be it if you cheat them. Look at your shopping coupon. Have you seen the things outside? If you sell it to the rich, they'll fight for it. Li Dongzhu can't give you money directly. You saved people should be rewarded, so he changed his method. Do you really want to go to Luoyang's Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion to buy things? You won't be able to afford it. The woman selling seasonal fruits was smart and patiently instructed him. She was always selling expensive fruit to rich passengers. She was eloquent and clever. She was equally excited at this moment. Today's rescue mission was too grand. They fell like dumplings. Li Dongzhu and the winged knights jumped down without thinking. That body, that swimming speed was too fast. The things in the sky flew back and forth, helping to find people and deliver things. As long as the others could help, they would do their best. She also used the pole she used to deliver fruit and money to the passenger ship and had someone grab it and pull it. He didn't know where the fruit had gone. Fortunately, he had gotten a 1 jean shopping voucher. If he didn't sell it for 50 jean, he would be letting down his reputation. If it weren't for the fact that everyone had participated in the rescue, they really wanted to spend a few coins to exchange for the shopping coupons in Sanlame's hands. There's such a thing. Third cripple was indeed honest. Do you think your wife can use the things from Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion? Would she dare to wear it out if you gave her one? The woman curled her lips. Help me sell it. I want 8 jean. Third cripple handed the 1 jean shopping voucher to the woman. I don't care. What if someone sells it for 20 jean and you only get 8 jean? If you sit down and die of illness, I won't be able to bear it. The woman shook her head and refused. She didn't want to leave any regrets when it came to today's matter. It didn't matter if the basket and fruit were gone, as long as the pole was still there. When she sold the fruit in the future, She would tell the other party that this Pole had once fought side by side with the Tang dynasty's cruiser, and that she and Li Dongzhu had rescued people together. Then I'll wait. I'm not in a hurry. Let's see how much others are selling. Third cripple thought of the safest way. Keep it well and don't lose it. I think Li Dongzhu doesn't want your big underwear. Don't wear it all the time. Keep it. Why are you so easy to talk to today? You're not like the old you. Before I got married, I looked forward to finding a good man and working hard to live a good life with him. The sky was blue and the water was clear. Then sigh. Today I realize that the sky is blue again and the water is clear again. In the future, the Tang dynasty will be stable and prosperous. There will be more rich people. I have to raise the price of the fruit and give the 3 children better things. They have already left their alcoholic and gambler father. If he wants to ask me for money again, I'll stab him to death with the pole. As the woman spoke, she patted the bamboo pole beside her and smiled. Li Dongzhu, the Fong family wants to buy the shopping coupons. Which price is suitable? Fong Ao found Li Yi. When he saw the shopping coupons, he reacted faster than the woman. You can't always monopolize the good things. You have to let others have the benefit of the 30 to 50 jin denominations. Jiangnan and Jiangbei are all over the mountains. You're doing big business. Don't you know a few acquaintances? Sometimes people can't be too greedy. They have to know how to share. Li Yi spoke earnestly to Fong Ao, as if he was very concerned about the other party. Fong Ao, 30 to 50 jin? What you're giving out is only 1 jin, okay? You want me to buy it at 30 to 50 times the price? Oh, yes, he had good friends. He had to think of them. Fong Ao understood. He was afraid that the Fong family couldn't afford it and would find more people to buy it. Is the 30 jin or 50 jin good? Fong Ao still didn't dare to set the price easily. Most of the coins in the hands of the commoners are in denominations of 30 grams. What about you? You have 50 grams. He asked Fong Ao to buy it at 30 jin and sell it to others for 50 jin. Of course, the other party could also sell it at 30 jin or even 40 jin. It depended on the relationship between the 2 parties. As for people who didn't buy it, they could say that they went to Luoyang's Wentian Orchid Pavilion to buy things. So, the Prime Minister didn't have the membership card that Princess Yongmu gave to the Drunken Immortal House for the 5% to 2% discount. Secondly, he couldn't take out the shopping coupons from Wentian Orchid Pavilion. Some things couldn't be bought. Princess Yongmu couldn't invite you to a meal or a hot spring. It was the same as the membership card of Heavenly Family. Without it, you couldn't find a way. You had to use the membership card to invite others to Heavenly World for a meal. Otherwise, even if you had 1,000,000 jin in cash, you still couldn't get in touch with the higher-ups. The officials wouldn't dare to get in touch with you. Heavenly World belonged to Her Majesty. If you didn't apply for a card and looked for an assistant minister, were you looking down on Her Majesty? Okay. Fong Ao understood for a while and got up to leave. He didn't want to disturb others. Li Lang, aren't you giving the Fong family too many benefits? Xiao Lan picked up a piece of braised lamb chop for Princess Yongmu. They're still okay. The things that the little robot eavesdropped proved that his family was rich, but not heartless. To support them, we must pay attention to them. It's more convenient to keep an eye on one family than on a group of people. We'll leave tomorrow night and treat the people to a barbecue in the middle of the night. Li looked at the sky. There was no moon. Chapter 2046. The people who were sleepy would burn the wormwood by the river to sleep, while the others continued to eat and drink. Zhang Kuiyin was guarding a small robot and talking to Li Longji. Southwest Jicheng, Zhougang, personally led the team to transport 716 Southwest barbarians. The boat could carry less than 200 people in the past. A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the river, and the boat carrying the Southwest barbarians collided with the cargo boat going against the current. The boat gradually sank, and countless people fell into the water. Just as the cruiser was docked on the left, Li Dongzhu was talking to His Majesty. Li Dongzhu led us to dive into the water to rescue, and the fishermen and ferrymen competed to participate. The people on the shore threw ropes, and the drones flew into the air to position and drag life-saving supplies. No one drowned, no one was seriously injured, and no one was annoyed by the loss of property. He introduced the situation. He was Li Longji's private soldier, and Li Yi allowed him to pass on the message. The drones can be positioned. The drones have high resolution and are more advanced than the yacht's sonar radar. Although we didn't go into the water, we pushed the boat into the river. The small robot added. Its voice was special, and others would know who it was. Zhang Queen didn't mention their role just now, and they helped. The small robot pushed the boat into the river is very useful, Zhang Queen emphasized. Not bad. Oh, you flatter me, I'll do my best. The small robot said modestly. Li Longji's laughter came from the other side. It was obviously an urgent matter, but when the small robot participated, why did it become funny? Zhang Queen continued to report. Princess Yongmu wants to rescue the rescue and will be rewarded. Printed shopping coupons and sent them out, but today, goodbye. Your Majesty, wait for me to go back. I'll bring you delicious food. After Zhang Queen finished reporting, the small robot said goodbye. Out of the mud but not stained, clear ripples but not demons, straight from the middle, not creeping and not branching, fragrant and clear, graceful and clean plants, can be seen from afar but not touched. Brother Yi, you've worked hard. Yuan Yuan asked as she thought. Brother Yi was thinking about the people's livelihood, but he didn't forget to play with her. What a gentleman! Li Longji was anxious after listening to it once, and picked the sentences to say. He knew that it was prose. Brother Yi didn't have it easy. What's so good about a lotus flower if it's someone else? To be able to compose such prose immediately? So this old man misunderstood. Bai Gu felt guilty. When Li Yi jumped down, he thought that Li Yi was ignoring him. On one hand, he was fighting for his life, and on the other hand, he was leisurely welcoming. How important was that? Zai Fu should steal love. It's a routine operation. Su Yi thought for a while and came up with such a sentence. Whether it was writing prose, saving people, or the subsequent arrangements, including the situation of the corpse fisherman, it was all within a reasonable range. That was Li Yi. Shouldn't he go over? If it were other military governors, provincial governors, senior officials, county magistrates, and so on, it would be considered an act of greed. After the county magistrate did it once, a few days later, the news reached the imperial court and was directly reported to the provincial governor. The provincial governor would be transferred to the imperial court within 2 to 3 months. Li did it. Remember to get some seafood when you come back. Yes. Song Jing echoed. There was nothing wrong with it. If something happened to Xiao Yi there, one would suspect that her soul had been swapped. Not to mention 716 people. Even if a zero was added, all of them would still be saved. Zhang, Juling, recited Eileen's words and changed the topic. Can the Southwest attack the barbarians at any time? Deserting their post. Song Jing suddenly remembered that Zhou Gang and the rest were disobedient and dared to act casually. It was considered an invasion to the outside world, even if they exchanged malaria pills. It was not wrong to ask them to lead troops back to the imperial court without an imperial order. Send people to Xiaoyi. Li Dan was not far away, writing to Aileen. When he heard that Song Jing was looking for trouble, he was slightly unhappy. Song Jing, don't you know the situation? Zhou Gang brought 25 people back to rebel. Now, Zhuangzi had left behind heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and pistols. Which army could break in? There were also other guns, skyscraping monkeys, and explosives. Unless you want a rebel, you are the closest to us. But with your small physique, you can't beat my son Longji. Even without my son, my daughter-in-law Yurong can easily flatten you. Song Jing bowed to Li Dan. I know, I'll just say one sentence. The long night finally passed, and the sun rose. Fong Ao began to collect shopping coupons, buying one for 30 liang. 30 liang? Should I sell? Third cripple did not have time to eat breakfast and asked the woman selling seasonal fruits. Sell. I'm selling them too. I originally wanted to sell them for 50 liang. AI. The woman revealed a helpless expression. Wait a while before selling? Third cripple asked kindly. I can't wait. If I wait, I'll lose everything. Unless I want to keep them. I have 3 children at home. Sell them. The woman shook her head. She was smart and could see the situation. The Fong family helped to raise the price, but she was not sure how the Fong family would deal with them. If she kept them, the Fong family would not care about her. The commoners who received shopping coupons exchanged with the Fong family. The lowest was 30 liang, and the highest was over 200 liang. They had contributed a lot. Like the corpse fisherman, he received 10 liang worth of shopping coupons. He saved a lot of people. He took a pair of water mirrors, and his posture underwater was different from others. No matter if it was butterfly, breaststroke, backstroke, or freestyle, the body's theoretical movements all had their own set. When he swam, every muscle and bone in his body seemed to be able to move independently. Fish. In terms of technique, those who played water ballet could not compare to him. His talent was unreasonable. His speed of saving people was very fast. He could take a breath every few seconds while swimming intensely. If he was not in a hurry to save people, he could stay underwater for 7 to 8 minutes. A normal person's lung capacity was not enough, including the body's oxygen capacity and consumption. After wearing the water mirrors, he discovered another world. There was actually such a good thing. If he was given an underwater lighting device, he could probably jump through the Dragon's Gate. However, he did not exchange them. He kept the shopping coupons as a memento. He wanted to leave with his family and Li. They would not have to worry about food and clothing. Usually, his family's life was not bad. He was not a loner. Fishing corpses was one thing. He was familiar with the people in the yamen and had a good relationship with the fishermen and ferrymen. He was very sunny. When the black dog went out to work with him, it would wag its tail. He was not like the corpse fisherman in literature. He was alone, solitary, unwilling to talk, and liked to stay in dark places. The black dog was also quiet. He was a jokester, helpful, filial to his parents, harmonious neighbors, harmonious husband and wife, and good parenting. People were willing to drink with him and give him gifts. The number of people he saved usually far exceeded the number of corpses he fished. After saving people, not all of them were ungrateful. Like the fishermen who saved people, there was nothing they could do if they were hugged naked. He was also naked. It did not matter if he was hugged. He carried people out of the water. That was how powerful he was. From the side, from the front, from the back, from the neck, from the arms and legs. All together, there was no need to be afraid. Old Gu, have you arranged everything at home? Li attached great importance to the corpse fisherman and came to ask. He was actually a little jealous. The other party's swimming ability was inhuman. Chapter 2047. The person who salvaged the body was named Gu Xian. He was 27 years old and had 2 children. His wife was pregnant and he hoped to have a daughter. His first 2 children were boys. In terms of income, he was considered middle class. The people he saved were poor, and he didn't want money. Saving people was saving people. Some people were rich and would give him a few dozen taels each time. He didn't reject them. After taking the money, they were even and told the other party that they didn't owe him for saving their lives. When the people on the boat fell into the water and he saved them, he didn't want money. The other party was unhappy and thought that he was after something big. He just took the money and you went your way. If you asked him how much money he wanted, he would say 10 taels. If you gave him 10 taels, he would take it and leave. If you turned back, you might find that the rich people you were playing with were going home and didn't want to play with you anymore. You would give 10 taels for saving your life just because someone said 10 taels? Your life was only worth 10 taels? How much were the lives of the people you played with worth in your eyes? Some people who were saved by him didn't talk about money. They would travel hundreds of miles to bring things to him for drinks. Fang Ao was powerful, but he didn't dare to provoke Gu Xian. He had saved many people and retrieved many corpses. People were different. Some of the cases he helped solve were valued by the local government. Some families had sunk their boats to the bottom of the river and wanted to retrieve them for burial. Usually in such places, the river was deep and turbulent. There were all kinds of undercurrents. How many people dared to go down and bring corpses up? Gu Xian could do it. He watched as the rope tied to the stone basket went into the water. The rope started to spin and tightened. Suddenly it turned back. Others shook their heads. They couldn't go down. There was no pattern to the water flow. He jumped down and brought the corpses up. Like before, people without money gave him something, such as an egg and kowtowed. Those with money had their father's boat sunk in the same place. He fished them out. They kowtowed first. They didn't talk about money. They kowtowed for their family. The more they didn't talk about money, the more help they were to Gu Xian. The house, yard, and land are all given to the neighbors. They used to take care of my family. Gu Xian looked at his black dog and said, "Given? Old Gu, why don't you rent the house and land to me? I won't give you money. When I helped you arrange a house in Luoyang, we were even. I need to arrange a place here, so I'll send someone here. There's a place for them to stay." Li Yi suggested that they should not ask the other party to give it to their neighbors. If they did, it would be easy for problems to arise. There were many neighbors, and they gossiped about each other. When old Gu was around, the neighborhood was harmonious. He couldn't leave behind any trouble after he left, unless they deliberately did something bad, such as the empire that had already set. They didn't forget to dig holes when they evacuated from their colonies. Many years later, it still existed in the form of the Federation, and it still felt that the sun never set. The Li family Zhuangzi would take over. It didn't matter who they sent. After all, they still had to rotate. It would be more beneficial to the neighbors. Listen to Li Dongzhu. Gu Xian was as straightforward as when he had agreed to go to Luoyang. He had come into contact with many wealthy people, and his way of thinking was different from ordinary people. People from rich families were used to beating around the bush. He was already used to it. However, when he met Li Yi, he realized that people who had reached a certain height were sometimes very direct. "I'll get ready. I'll let you help with the training. Swimming. You have to tell us about your skills." Li Yi was indeed direct. What did he want to do with the people? "I can't say." Gu Xian showed a distressed expression. "I don't need you to tell me. I'll build a swimming pool. You can swim in it." Li Yi didn't care. He didn't expect him to tell him at all. Okay. Gu Xian was relieved. The other people were eating breakfast, but they weren't told that Li Yi was leaving. They shouldn't be sad about parting while eating. They should wait until night time. Many drones flew out to check on the incoming Southwest barbarian team. They set off from the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. They brought their own batteries. A group of them had to fly more than 100 kilometers. A single drone could fly one way, but it couldn't fly back and forth. Therefore, some drones had to give their batteries to their companions and fly back while they still had electricity. It was impossible to control the tanker in the air with a remote control. The battery port was too small. One mistake and it would either hit or miss. The drones were managed by the system. They needed their presence now, so they worked very hard. They saw a total of 7 ships. There were people sitting on the deck. They were definitely overloaded. Old Joe, look. Are you all poor? Li Yi held a bun in his hand and pulled Zhou Gang to watch the video. The drone was filming. "Li Dongzhu, are you selling this thing?" Zhou Gang was interested in the drone. It was too convenient to find people in the jungle. The camera zoomed in, and it felt very high. But the expressions of the people on the deck could be seen clearly. Not selling. Sigh. Let the drone tell the ships downstream to avoid them. Li Yi was troubled. Why did you all hire other people to save money? You all are overloaded. The people who are hired are also daring. How deep is the draft of the ship? Are you all not worried about hitting the reefs? Or will the ship hit the shore due to inertia? That's right. It's better to avoid them. Zhou Gang could only agree. Ask the drone to bring this coupon. Other people will have to pay a high price to avoid them. Li Yi didn't know if he should laugh or cry. He remembered the bus he took in the past to go up the mountain. He rushed up the mountain at the beginning. Later, a mental hospital was opened at that location, and there were residents around it. There was an additional stop. The stop was exactly 1/3 of the way up the mountain. There was still 2/3 of the way up, about 6 kilometers. The old-fashioned car lost its momentum after stopping at the stop. The next step was to change from first gear to second gear to third gear. Rush, step on the clutch. Third gear to second gear to first gear. The car was moving and stopping. Occasionally, it would step on the brakes and change gears again. Li Yi had taken this car to school when he was young. The driver said, "Everyone get down and push it." There were also some drivers who were more stubborn. They did not ask others to get off the car in the snow. They drove the car up the mountain and started to slide down into the ditch. No one died, but they were frightened. They were not afraid. There was a mental hospital nearby, and they could check it out for free. Now, Upstream's boat was about the same. They had adjusted the sails and started to rush. They had not reached the towing point. In the end, there was an overloaded boat above them. It took the main route down in a straight line. Upstream adjusted the sails again and avoided it. The boat lost speed. The advantage of a pedal-powered boat was showing. Hide. Come back after hiding. Even if there was a need for a boatman, the boat had its own power and passed quickly. If they did not find a boatman, the people on the boat would be tired. The boat's speed was about the same as towing, but it could still rush up. The drone flew with the coupon and gave benefits to the boats downstream. You have worked hard. I found that the most important thing is the steam engine. More steam engines. Of course, overloading is not allowed. Li Yi looked at Zhou Gang and said with gritted teeth, Chapter 2048. At noon, it became lively again. More than 4,000 people from the southwest arrived, including the 300 soldiers from Zhicheng. Everyone took a bath, washed their clothes, and ate happily. The stewed fish and prawns were ingredients bought from the fishermen. Large ships were hired one after another. They waited at the side and chartered the ships. The local people bought extra dried vegetables, fish, and prawns and sent them to the ships. At night, they continued to eat barbecue. But the people were not as excited as yesterday. They sensed that Li Yi was leaving. Happy moments were always short-lived. When they were almost done eating and it was time for the commoners to form groups to go home, the commoners lined up. Go back, it's late. Li Yi used the ship's loudspeaker to shout. The people did not move. If they went back, they would not see him tomorrow. Then we'll get on the ship. In the future, I'll bring His Majesty to see everyone. Maybe next year. Li Yi was helpless. The people were not stupid. Li Dongzhu, when our days are better, we'll make delicious food and send it to you. Someone stretched his neck. Li Yi did not use the loudspeaker. He shouted back, Okay. Li family Zhuangzi will send a farmer to stay at Gushuan's house. If anyone doesn't work hard, I won't accept their gifts. There's a farmer here? That's great. Li Dongzhu, don't worry and go. Li Dongzhu, have a safe trip. The people were happy in their sadness. Li family Zhuangzi had sent people here. If there was anything, they could look for them. The southwest barbarians slowly boarded the ships. The yachts set off first. The yachts needed to go to the Zhoushan Islands to fish for seafood. The other ships went directly to the canal. The people sang a local tune to send their blessings to Li Yi. Their voices rose and fell with the waves of the Yangtze River. Countless drones flashed and rose into the sky, forming words in the sky. Yuzhou's river water is clear, just like the mood of the people. The surging waves are hard to calm down. The songs are long and the stars are intertwined. The colors of the words changed. The people looked at the sky. As they looked, the stars in the sky suddenly turned into specks of light and floated away. The people waited for the drones to disappear before they realized that the cruiser had already left. So it's something that can fly. It's not the stars. The stars are too far away. Dongzhu is closer to us. Let's go. Go back and wait for the farmers to arrive. Ask them what they need. With the village owner around, I'm not afraid of others deducting my wages. Yes, not even the Fong clan. Fong Ao, when have I ever deducted your wages? I'll pay for the road repairs. Once the road is repaired, we'll leave together. On the yacht, Gu Xian's family was arranged to rest in a large suite. His parents shared a room. His 2 sons shared a room, and he and his wife shared a room. There were bathtubs and toilets in each of the 3 rooms, so they wouldn't disturb each other. Gu Xian was fiddling with a pair of swimming goggles in his hand. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. When he opened his eyes in the murky water, he had to apply oil first. It was uncomfortable, and his vision was blurry. The goggles were slightly thicker than the ears, and there was a battery inside. Once the switch was turned on, the goggles would shine a light. Gu Lang, you don't need the flippers. Gu Xian's wife was from a minority group. She was pretty, and her name was Tashina. Now that she was married to Gu Xian, her name became Guzhaxana, and she followed her husband's surname. Gu Xian saved his father-in-law in the river in exchange for his wife. His wife had a lot of dowry. It could be used to buy property and support the family. It was just that he had never used it. Gu Xian was good at making money. He fished more than others and ferried faster than others. Although most of the time he didn't collect money. Saving people and retrieving corpses were the biggest part. Saving people had benefits, and retrieving corpses was usually called by others. When corpses were in the water for a long time, they would be entangled by water plants. They would spoil when touched, so cloth and nets were needed. Usually at this time, other people wouldn't be willing to go down to retrieve corpses. It was too dangerous. His family was rich, and now he wanted to learn more advanced techniques to help the imperial court retrieve people. Guzhaxana held the flippers in her hand and felt that it was very interesting. It's a hindrance. It's not flexible on the feet, and the same goes for the flippers. Earplugs and nose clips are useless. The mirror and light are good. I need to familiarize myself with the suction bottle on the mouth first. Gu Xian was like a child who got a new toy. He admired Li Yi to the extreme. He could actually make such a good thing. If he had the same mirror in the past, there would be 2 people who fell into the water. It wouldn't take so long to find them, and they wouldn't die. It was raining heavily that night. The river was fast and murky, and the light on the boat couldn't shine down. If there was this magical object at that time, it could shine by itself and was not afraid of sand touching the eyes. He could definitely save the people quickly. Gu Xian only thought about this tool. He never considered whether he was in danger in such a river. He was used to it. He swam like a whirlpool. Just like a whirlpool, it was not difficult to find an opportunity to come out. Guzhaxana nodded. She used to worry about it, but then she found that her man was a fish in the water. She touched her belly. Gu Lang, what if it's still a boy? She frowned slightly. She wanted a daughter. She had both a son and a daughter. Ask Li Dongzhu tomorrow. He has magical medical skills. Gu Xian had no other way. He put down the things and took his wife to take a bath and have a good sleep. Li Dongzhu, the cruiser, is good. It's comfortable to be on it. Zhou Gang went with Li Yi. It didn't matter whether he was in the team or not. Yes. Li Yi drank beer. It was not a cruiser now. How could a yacht not be comfortable? It was a waste to exchange for a cruiser. What would a cruiser be used for? It was said to be a cruiser for the sake of sounding good. It was a cruiser on behalf of the sky. If it was really needed, it would be a destroyer. It was a pity that he didn't know how to use it. He could only let the system operate it. Hit other people's boats with that thing? Or hit people who jumped into the water and hit the bottom of the boat? Launch missiles at the enemy's port and deeper inland? Li Dongzhu, the wine is good and cool. Zhou Gang drank a small mouthful of cold beer. He didn't dare to drink too much for fear of getting drunk. After the new year, you can go back to Luoyang. I will prepare things and send them to your place. There are a total of 5,000 people in the southwest. You have done a great job. Don't worry about toilet water, malaria pills, soap, medical alcohol, and other supplies. Li Yi wanted Zhou Gang and a group of people to stay for the new year. They worked hard in the local area. When the delivery team comes back, they will bring the skin. We always train and have a lot of prey. Zhou Gang nodded. He was a senior official, not a provincial governor. The local area could operate normally without him. You are so diligent in training. Do the local people have a good life? Li Yi picked up a skewer of lamb kidney and took a bite. Every family has meat to eat. There is too much prey. We can't finish it. We saved a lot of jerky with the local people. The people go into the mountains and wander around nearby. Yes, the people who deliver the things remember to mention the medicinal herbs on their return journey. The people pick the herbs and don't sell them. Those that can be used will be put in the medicine shop. The rest will be saved and sent to you. I am worried that when we reach Luoyang, the ministers will be unhappy. You have to support us. Zhou Gang briefly explained the situation in his place. In the past, the people had a bad life, including their home. Entering the jungle was dangerous. They were not afraid of poisonous snakes and beasts. Insects, mosquitoes, and miasma were unbearable. When there were various drugs, everything changed. Chapter 2049. Li nodded. The local people were doing well. The people could eat meat. Listening to Zhou Gang's words, the people could eat meat if they wanted to. From his words, the people had the leisure to go into the mountains to find medicinal herbs and prepare to give them to him. This proved that the people's lives were not a problem. The local people suffered a disaster. How are the people doing? Li Yi remembered why the southwest barbarians came. They were affected by the disaster and could not survive. Our houses are good. We have enough medicine and good tools. The army moved out and cut new wood. The people followed and dragged the wood back home. In addition, there is a lot of bamboo. With the saws, chisels, drills, planes, and other tools from the Li family Zhuangzi, the imperial court, it is easy for the people to build stilted houses. Along the hillside, there is a place where there will not be mudslides easily. The main thing is that there are a lot of stones. There is a lot of rain, but it has nothing to do with us. We hide. In addition, according to the newspaper, we pick stones and burn lime. The army helps with the work. Anyway, there is nothing else to do. First, we build houses for the Zhe family, then for the other people. Zhou Gang introduced the situation of his hometown, emphasizing the army and tools. The local people used to use stone knives and saws, but they still built stilted houses. The Li family Zhuangzi sent tools in batches. The saws cut bamboo, and a thick bamboo was cut in a few strokes. There was a time difference between using an awl to drill a hole and using a drill to drill a hole. There were also hand gourds, chisels, planes, drills of different lengths and thicknesses, iron hammers of different weights, machetes, axes, bamboo knives. There was a big difference between having tools and not having tools. The people saved a lot of time, and the quality of the things they made was good. Anyway, it could not be washed away by the heavy rain. It was either on the hillside or in the stilted houses. In the past, the local people could not afford a full set of tools. That set of tools was more expensive than all of their belongings. Now every family had one. They guaranteed to ride on the water cart by the river and find big stones to make stone mills. The local people were of the same breath and branch. They helped each other carry big stones down to make stone mills. His Majesty will be very happy if he knows. The army helps the local people solve their livelihood problems when they are not at war. This will make the people trust the imperial court more. Li was happy. He raised his head and drank more than 200 milliliters of beer. His face was slightly red. Are you sure there won't be any chancellors looking for trouble with us? Zhou Gang scratched his head, wanting to confirm again. What number are you? Oh, 071. There are a lot of people now. Soon, there will be 4 digits. Come, contact me 3. Li Yi called out to the little robot. The little robot had a number on it. Let's wait for 2 minutes. It's not convenient now. The small robot moved forward. The lights flickered and its big head turned. How is it inconvenient? I didn't find a woman. It's convenient, so it's not convenient, the little robot replied. He did not look for a woman. Oh, Li Yi understood and continued to eat unaffected. The first minute after the anorectal department was done with the patient, the next minute they would order the stir-fried large intestines with more juice and rice. Brother Yi, are you looking for me? About 2 minutes later, Li Longji's voice sounded from the little robot. Have you eaten 3? Li Yi greeted. No, I washed it, Li Longji answered. I'm asking if you've eaten. Li Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was someone beside me. You're joking. Zhou Gang, I'm eating. I ate a lot in the morning. In the afternoon, I played football with them. The exercise was heavy and the digestion was fast. What about you? Li Longji told Li Yi why he went to the toilet. It was related to exercise. Zhichong in the southwest told me about the local situation. It's very good. Li Yi reminded Li Longji that there was an outsider here. The southwest, the border of the country. The people are lacking and the saints can't sleep. The transportation is delayed. Zhichong is guarding and the baggage is continuous. Last year I asked Xiao and now I know the past. Zhichong brought the refugees from the southwest to the court and he should be commended. The military is not urgent and the morale of the army is already known. Brother Yi, are you worried about the political affairs of the court? Brother Yi, say it for me and don't worry. Li Longji's attitude changed in an instant. After finishing the call, he continued to eat. Zhou Gang's eyes were filled with tears. He was moved. Although His Majesty's tone changed because he knew he was here, he immediately knew what he was worried about and gave him a promise. See, it's fine. Actually, I can do it. Old Bai and Old Song will give me face. At most, I'll think about how to get money. It's not easy to get money in the country, and I have to go overseas. I can call a yacht to go out for a spin. Or I can put some extra goods in the governor's office in Guangzhou and see if the barbarians want to buy them. I'll get what they like. Li Yi revealed the secret. If he did not use his status to pressure the chancellors, it would be best to use benefits to exchange. Everyone should maintain a balance. Otherwise, if he wanted to protect someone, what could the 4 chancellors do? But it would break the rules. If you want to protect someone, won't you pay a price? The game can only be played under the same rules. Otherwise, no one will talk to you anymore. You can play by yourself. Just like husband and wife, when you're in love, when you're fighting each other, no one will back down. Without the art of living, it's not fun anymore. Let's disperse. Normally, when the woman throws a tantrum, the man will coax her. When the man gets angry, the woman will become gentle. When life is stressful, you should think about the original intention of getting together. Wasn't it because you were willing to face the wind and rain together that you got married? Li Yi and the chancellors got along like this. When it was time to compromise, they would compromise. When it was time to exchange, they would exchange. When it was time to be tough, they would be tough. Li Dongzhu, has Luoyang changed from before? Zhou Gang was quite envious. He wanted to be in the same position. He called the emperor brother, and there was no barrier between him and the chancellors. He kept calling them Old Bai and Old Song. Of course, he was just thinking about it. He knew he did not have the ability. It's okay. There are more people and it's more lively. You'll know when we get there. Our boat will go out with the current and bring seafood back for them. It's not good to come out empty-handed. You can't eat much seafood there, so it's good to satisfy your cravings. We can carry a lot. When we go back, see if we can still pull in river crabs." Li Yi was not willing to waste his breath to introduce Luoyang. From all aspects, did they still eat skewers? Did they drink alcohol? Of course, if it was Princess Yongmu who asked how Luoyang was like. Li Yi could write songs on the spot. They were by Juyi's Song of Everlasting Regret, Song of Pipa, and Zhang Ruox's Moonlit Night by the Spring River. Li Yi could write them all, depending on who he was facing and what his state was like. In front of him was Zhou Gang. Alive, right? Zhou Gang was indeed greedy. He was in the southwest and there were few rivers. Where could he find seafood? It has to be alive. The greatest use of my boat is enjoyment. Oh, it's also quite useful in naval and water battles. Li nodded. The yacht had a large space to store fresh things. It was specially prepared. It was not a submarine. Even if there was entertainment, the interior space was small. Li Dongzhu catch more. When the brothers reach Luoyang from the canal, let them have a taste. Zhou Gang made a request. He could guarantee that he could eat it. What about the others? He was not polite to Li Yi. Chapter 2050. The yacht flowed down the river, and the drones hovered around it. The night watchers on the shore were in a daze, unaware of the changes in the stars. The drones flew up and brought gifts to the night watchers. There were bought jerky and dried shrimps in the Yangtze River. Some people were guarding their homes, and the boat was their home. Others were guarding the ferry at night. The relay station not only had galloping horses on land, but also boats on the river. Urgent reports from 600 miles and 800 miles would not be missed because it was difficult to cross the river at night. In the past, the relay station staff guarding the ferry would send 1 or 2 people to ferry a boat, and the people would give them an egg or a ball of dried rice flour. It was fine if they did not give it. The relay station staff guarding the ferry came and went to practice. This side and the opposite side were actually 2 different positions. They sent things and letters here, went upstream, and ran diagonally downstream to the opposite side when rowing. The opposite team was also running upstream, diagonally downstream from here. Everything was for the sake of speed. It was impossible to fight against the river's current. Even Li Yi's village ferry was staggered, unless they used motorized boats. Thank you for your hard work. The people of the Tang dynasty have no worries. They can only rely on you to guard day and night. A drone dropped a large package to the night watchers and flew away. Li Dongzhu is on the boat, right? He didn't give anything when he went last time. It's urgent. The night watchers looked at the drone's light spot and smiled. The people who came down the river said that Li Dongzhu flew to Yuzhou only to fix a person's bone. When he saw the person, he had to return to Luoyang. His Majesty can't leave Li Dongzhu. I heard that there were 8,000 people who fell into the water. They were all rescued. At that time, in order to save people, Li Dongzhu made the Yangtze River flow backward. Didn't you notice that the water level of the river dropped for a period of time? I know. The fish ran to the shore on its own, as if it had grown legs. The night watchers said as they opened the package. The more they talked, the more amazing it became. The Yangtze River flowed backward. Even the purple dragon in the cartoon did not dare to be so arrogant. He was just making the water flow backward. That move was called Ming Yao Tao Hai. It felt like that was how it was called. Translated, it was Lu Mountain, Rising Dragon Lord. Meat floss, it's all meat floss. Fish, chicken, duck, pork. Where's the duck meat? You only know fish and chicken. You just started learning. Meat. I can't be bothered with you as long as you're happy. Clang, clang, clang. The crows caw. At dawn, Li Yi brought Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan to make breakfast, frying youtiao. The side dishes were all mixed, and the soybean milk was also cooked by the system. The system also picked out a layer of soybean skin. Xiaolan adjusted the size of the noodles and applied oil to cut them into strips. Princess Yongmu helped to stretch and gently place them in the oil pan. Li Yi took a pair of long chopsticks and took out the strips. The three of them cooperated well and looked very happy. Li Yi fried the red bean paste and deep-fried cakes that the system helped to make with equipment, but he didn't have any donuts or caramel. Gu Xian gently hugged his wife's waist and stood not far away to watch. The cool morning air was filled with warmth. The little robot ran around, helping to put the fried dough sticks in the temporary storage place. It wasn't time to eat yet. It was only 6:00 in the morning, and no one was on the morning shift. When Luoyang is stable, bring your family to Luoyang to take a look. Gu Xian's children and parents were asleep, so he didn't wake them up. Gazhaxana thought for a moment and nodded. Prepare the good things at home and send them to Her Majesty. It's called tribute, right? Gu Xian corrected a word and asked the little robot sunbathing next to him. Her Majesty doesn't care what it says, as long as she gives something. Her Majesty is very easygoing and always has a smile on her face. She's so gentle when she kills. The little robot answered and turned its head. Gu Xian, just kidding. No one is worth Her Majesty killing personally. Since there's nothing, I'll take the two of you to find our young and beautiful girl, Qingdai, to see if the child is a boy or a girl. The little robot called out and went to find the little girl. The little girl and her junior brother woke up early to exercise and practice the 5 animal frolics. When they saw the two of them, they just happened to be sweating. Let me take a shower first. It's easy to see the child, but I'm not sure if the position is suitable. The little girl heard the purpose of the visit and agreed. At this time she was very fast. 5 minutes later, she changed into a white coat and took her junior brother. She didn't ask Gu Xian and his wife if it was okay for her to take her junior brother. If she asked, they would think more. If she didn't ask, they would think it was normal. After some preparation, she used the color ultrasound. This position is good. You can see. Look, there's no handle. Daughter, congratulations. Let me take a closer look. What if there's a special situation? The little girl congratulated first. The other party wanted a daughter. She continued to look. Some male reproductive organs were not obvious. She thought they were female, but they were actually male. According to the concept of the Tang dynasty, she could only find a way to abort such a situation. Otherwise, how would she raise the child? What would others think? If the child was like this, Li Yi would probably ask Gu Xian and his wife for their opinion. Would she be a eunuch after birth? No problem. Raise it. The little girl was sure. She just didn't see the unexpected situation. Gu Xian and his wife were happy. Gu Xian helped his wife wipe her stomach and said to raise a few more chickens in Luoyang to lay eggs. Eat fish. There are too many people raising chickens in Luoyang. You can go catch fish. What a good condition. If you want to eat fish, you can catch it yourself. The little girl corrected the other party's mistake. Why eat eggs? 2 eggs a day was enough. The rest of the time eat fish. With Gu Xian's swimming ability, he didn't expect to fish for money. If he wanted to eat fish, he could easily jump into the river and catch it with his bare hands. Okay, eat fish. When we arrive, I'll go down to fish for shellfish. Gu Xian listened to the doctor and prepared to use the swimming goggles to show his true strength. It's time to eat. Hurry up and eat. The little robot shouted excitedly as if it could eat. The yacht's speed was still very fast. The drone flew in front, reminding the downstream ships to avoid or maintain their course. The sky was bright. Other drones flew to find stalls and people carrying poles to sell things. They saw what goods they could use and bought them on the yacht. They mainly bought seasonal fruits. As they moved forward, they also bought embroidery. The Sioux embroidery was beautiful. The people along the river already knew about the yacht. Even if they hadn't seen it, they would hear about it from others. Gu Xian brought his family to sit in a relatively quiet place in the restaurant. Li Yi deliberately arranged it. Otherwise, Gu Xian's parents would always have to deal with him. Zhou Gang and the Wing Knights ate together and talked about the Southwest. Li Yi didn't want to soak the youtiao in soy milk. He adjusted the angle of the youtiao to bite, afraid that it would break the roof of his mouth. There's a lot of soy milk, so there will be dishes for lunch. Tofu, my favorite, braised pork and tofu stew. Princess Yongmu praised the tofu. It would be better if there was no braised pork. There's also stir-fried tofu with minced meat inside, Xiaolon said after drinking soy milk. At noon it will go into the sea. It's faster to go with the current. It's easier for others to avoid the yacht during the day. Li Yi didn't care about what to eat for lunch. Just cook. The drone took off and recorded the situation on both sides of the Yangtze River. It included the topography, hydrology, riverbanks, the clothes of the people, and the growth of trees. Chapter 2051. The wind on the river was not small, and the overturned boats moved back and forth endlessly. Compared to the north, the wind on the river was not cold. In the depths of the grassland, there were traces of plows on the snow. The horses pulled the plows and ran at a leisurely pace. Sacks were placed on the plows. The horses in front of them ran over, threw down a sack, and left. The coachman stopped the horses and went over to open the sack. There were cut fodder inside. On one side, the plows pulled pine nuts, while on the other side, they transported grass and food. This created a spectacular scene that stretched for 1,500 kilometers. There were more than 150,000 people in the entire pine nut-picking operation. It was estimated that after this one harvest, the production for the next 2 years would be very low. In a forest at the end of the line, 2 steam engines were working, burning firewood. The pine towers are wet and hard to hit. Fortunately, 2 masters came with them to replace the damaged parts. Jiang Gang was standing beside a steam separator, talking to Fu Diji, the leader of the group. Many thanks to the craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi. There are many sheep. Fu Diji was happy. He was not afraid of the cold. According to him, 40 kilograms of pine nuts were worth the price of 1 sheep. His clansmen were arranged to stay beside the heavenly soldiers. There were warm paths and heated kong beds. All the men in the clan who could work came over, including the older children. The pine trees were tall, and the children climbed them quickly. A net was set up below, and the children were caught when they fell. When they first arrived, they could use a long pole to hit the pine nuts. Then they found an empty space to dry them. They peeled them with their hands, but when they rubbed oil on their hands, they could not wash them clean with soap. Now that they had gloves, they could not dry them and were directly thrown into the powerful machines. There were a total of 10 steam engines, and they were distributed in several places. At night, they lived in tents made of tree branches. The outside of the tents was covered by the skins of the wild beasts they hunted. The skins of the wild beasts were stained with blood and frozen hard. They could be used to block the wind. When it was cold, they went outside to warm themselves by the fire. There was a large iron pot over the fire, and soup was always boiling. No matter how cold it was, drinking a mouthful of hot soup would warm them up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Fu Diji bowed in the direction of Chang'an. Suddenly thinking of something, he changed direction and bowed again in the direction of Luoyang. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving my clansmen a stable and good life." "It's more because of your diligence and willingness to work hard," Jiang Gang praised. "Were we not hard-working in the past? It's for the good of Your Majesty." Fu Diji corrected Jiang Gang's mistake. "Did His Majesty not treat you well in the past?" Jiang Gang questioned. Fu Di was stunned. He looked at Jiang Gang and said at the same time, "It's the later Turk's fault. Next year, we'll think of a way to plant pine trees. Even if it takes many years to produce pine nuts, the trees won't affect other things." Jiang Gang saw a huge economic income. Now, none of the trees used for firewood were red pines. It took more than 20 years for the pine pagoda to grow. Pine nuts were produced every year. Pine nuts were so expensive that they couldn't bear to hurt the trees. The young pine cones should not be touched. Wait until they grow up next year. The pine nuts from a few pine trees were equivalent to raising a sheep. How tiring was it to raise a sheep? There were so many red pines in mountains. How many sheep were there? Send people to guard it. Whoever dares to set it on fire will be killed. Fu Difu had taken a liking to the red pine forest. It was all about money. In the past, his clansmen had chopped down many red pines. The wood was good. Chopping down a tree had many uses, such as burning a fire. Of course, send people to guard it. There are also pine mushrooms. Pine mushrooms are also expensive in Chang and Anloyang. Dried pine mushrooms are more expensive than pine nuts. Jianggang knew the market. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi loved to eat pine mushrooms and blood red rivet mushrooms. Monkey's head mushrooms were also good, but they could be planted. The Li Dongzhu had the ability to grow them. There were also wood ears. Pine mushrooms couldn't be grown, but everyone liked to eat them. In the end, the rich learned to eat them. My clansmen will arrange it. Send a few people to keep an eye on it. Fu Difu expressed. He took the initiative to ask others to supervise it. It's fine with you guys. Jianggang looked relieved. Anyway, the other party wouldn't ask for the pine nuts. He could only sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. If they picked more, the price would decrease. They had to wait until they could pick more. How could they not distribute the benefits well? Whoever dares to hide or sell privately will be punished by the clan law. Fu Difu was touched. He really treated his clansmen as his own people of the Tang dynasty. He had already given the good arrows to the Tang dynasty. Each arrow was about the same weight and length. This included other knives and tools. They didn't monitor the place where his clansmen lived. They could rebel at any time if they wanted to, but the clansmen didn't have the intention to rebel. They didn't belong to the surrendering family and lived a normal life. If they could suddenly kill the military forces of the Tang dynasty when they were unprepared, what would happen after that? There were so many bags of explosives, sky-piercing monkeys, and guns. Wouldn't their clan be wiped out? As they were talking, another pile of mature pine trees was dragged out of the forest on a sleigh. They wore masks on their faces. Their mouths, noses, and eyes were exposed. Everything else was covered. When they breathed, a layer of frost appeared on their masks and eyelashes. The longer eyelashes had ice particles on them. In fact, their requirements were very low. As long as their hands, feet, and ears didn't freeze, they could withstand the cold. A group of people came over and hid in the enclosure. They found their own leather boots, wiped their feet with a hot towel, and put them on. They took off their boots and continued to roast them. After one round of roasting, they could wear them for 4 to 6 hours. They were afraid that they would sweat too much. Once they were cold, their feet would start to freeze unless they exercised vigorously. When Li Yi was patrolling the border in the north, his material skills were good enough. Their feet would freeze if they stayed in the snow for a long time. They could only withstand it. They couldn't let the border guards wear spacesuits. It wouldn't be cold, but it would tire them to death. The group that came back was not responsible for the follow-up matters. They first rested, drank hot soup, and sat together to chat happily. Fu Diji and Jianggang went forward to look at the state of the people. There were people from other clans. When they were with the later Turks, they had to do it. They were beaten up. When the later Turks couldn't fight, they quickly joined the Tang dynasty. Anyway, they would follow whoever was stronger. Kai Songzi and the others participated. In addition, there were people from the Heavenly Soldiers' Army and the Henji Army. When the distribution was based on the number of people, the Heavenly Soldiers' Army and the Henji Army received an additional 20%. The logistics were handled by the Tang dynasty. 20% of the cost was for logistics. Others agreed. Anyway, they couldn't handle the same logistics. Even if they were given an additional 50%, they wouldn't be able to. As for eating from the same pot and not putting in effort, only the number of people was counted. The result was obvious. The number of people, The number of people who put in effort was counted. It was still the number of people. There was nothing that people couldn't solve. Use the moving machine? Fu Diji asked his clansmen. No need. There's still a lot. The children are very hardworking. When we go back, bring them meat porridge. Fu Diji's clansmen reported that the children climbed up and hit the pine tree. There was a small house made of leather below. When the children were tired, they went in to rest. Many water bags were filled with hot water to warm the children. The same tree branch, the children are fine, but the adults broke it. Many times every day, there would be children falling down. When they lost their balance, they couldn't catch them or step on them firmly. The adults below supported the net. When the pine tree fell, they shook the net and went up. When the children came down, they had to catch them. Their arms were wrapped around the edges of the net. So far, none of the children fell. All of them were caught. Chapter 2052. The other tribesmen smiled gratefully at Jiangang. Due to the low temperature, their facial muscles were stiff and their smiles were uglier than crying. They did not care who made the decision behind the scenes. They only knew that Jiangang was responsible for it. If Jiangang did not help to contact them, how would Her Majesty know? They had just surrendered this year and immediately arranged things for them to do. They just had to collect their weapons, unlike the tribesmen of Fudifu. Even so, it was not bad. There was nothing to do in winter to earn money. Winter consumed the harvest of summer and autumn. In autumn, they stored the grass and waited for winter to come. The heavy snow 2 days ago this year, when they surrendered to the Tang dynasty. They did not dare to think about it. People in their 20s and 30s had never encountered such heavy snow. They were picking pine nuts at that time. The front and back teams all entered the forest and relied on the trees to block the snow. After that, they rode horses and plows to rescue. Everyone was fine. There were more people and more supplies. Family was the most important. The people who came to rescue said that the place where they lived was safe. In terms of losses, there were fewer sheep. Everyone killed them to drink mutton soup. Removing snow was tiring. In comparison, the other tribesmen found that their current lives were better. At most half a month, let's end the pine nut-picking activity and go home to live on a hot Kong. Jiangang thought that everyone was anxious. Half a month is not enough. It's better to go back before the new year. Indeed, some people were anxious and thought that time was too short. He worked in the forest and earned money every day, feeding sheep to his left and right. People can bear it, but horses are tired. Winter should be for the animals to rest and fatten up. A batch of horses will not be able to move when they go back. A new batch of horses will not be able to fatten up in a month. If we keep changing horses, the Tianbing army and the Henji army will not be able to fight anymore. Jiangang felt sorry for the horses. They had to run 1,500 to 600 miles in the snow. Going back was the same distance. The extra 20% was too little. Adding another 20% was more like it. The people who objected just now lowered their heads and did not say anything. He remembered that the transportation horses were all military horses. They could not be ordered around. Come next autumn, winter is not suitable for pine nuts, but hunting is fine. Jiangang comforted everyone. Next year it would be better. In his heart, he thought that they would start farming next year. Everyone would have work to do. How to teach a group of nomadic tribes to farm? According to Dong Zhu, the position of the muscles in the body was different. For those who were good at horse riding, if they were asked to plant rice seedlings, they would be so tired that they would fall into the paddy field in half a day, or they would sit down and plant rice seedlings while walking. Why don't you just walk forward and plant rice? If he stepped on a seedling, he would spread his legs and bend over. If the seedling avoided him, he would be crippled. Time to fill the soup, time to fill the soup. Seeing that there was not much time left, someone urged everyone to hurry up and get to work. Can we go back in half a month? In the northeast region, the tribal leader Ajin looked at the huge team and asked Li Endong. A month? Li Endong wasn't sure. The team had swelled to 50,000 new members. Including them, there were more than 56,000 people, both old and young. Among them, the older ones had a lower status in the tribe and should be eliminated in winter. He didn't know how many more heavy snowfalls there would be this year. Rather than leaving the tribe and dying, he might as well sell himself, make money for the tribe, and follow them to the Tang dynasty. It would be best if he lived, but he would have no regrets if he died. The children and women in the team were pure slaves who were bought. Generally, the children were weak and the strong ones were not sold. Other male slaves who didn't follow the tribe to the Tang dynasty were in poor health. They took the opportunity to sell them. They didn't want to die in his hands. Li Endong and the others didn't refuse. Their requirements were simple. As long as they could live to see Dongju, they could be cured. Of course, if there were strong slaves, the goods would be good. The other party couldn't find poor slaves, and they coveted good things, so they could only exchange. After the exchange, the remaining goods were handed over to Dezwerong. It was agreed that they would bring the goods next year. Kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, small mirrors. If someone's broke, they would exchange with him. When the goods were shipped next year, they would bring them over and exchange for new ones. Dezwerong agreed very quickly. Li Endong always felt that the other party wanted to take advantage of others' money to sell at a high price and make a profit. He didn't care. Anyway, he couldn't bring the goods back to Zhuangzi. I promised to go back before the new year, Fan Fan said. It was safe to go to the seaside. When the telegram was sent, the ships by the seaside were already ready. They received people and sent them to Haizhou. From there, they took a train to Luoyang. The southwestern barbarians were tired and looked after the week. At noon, there was a relatively flat place ahead. They set up camp. The southwestern barbarians were responsible for cooking. They didn't know how to cook stew. The big pot depended on the situation. The body was strong and had more fat in the meat. The thin and weak people were stewed skin, tendons, liver, and lean meat. The thin people didn't eat fat for a long time and suddenly had diarrhea after eating oil. There was no problem with protein and collagen, not to mention carbohydrates. If someone was allergic to protein, there was no need to wait until now. They would have died long ago. The strong women who were breastfeeding at a high price would feed their own children and then feed the thin children of the thin and weak women. They ate the best food. The fish under the ice were quickly cleaned up. When it was frozen hard, they would melt it and stew it for them. There were also wild boar thighs and elbows. They didn't put any salt. They were allowed to eat salted vegetables, but the amount was controlled. Because a pork shoulder could taste salty, the salt used was guaranteed to be more than the salted vegetables. Salt was a matter of taste. Eating a little salted vegetables made them feel comfortable. It was like drinking soup. With a big bowl of soup and a small spoon of salt, one wouldn't feel salty. If they made salted vegetables separately and put half a spoon of salt, one would feel salty after eating a mouthful. Drinking a big bowl of soup without salt and salted vegetables with 1/3 of a spoon of salt was very comfortable, but the salt intake would be reduced. This was the measure taken for the wet nurses in the team. The wet nurses understood and were willing to pay. They had agreed that when they returned home, they would enjoy additional benefits. They were full of yearning for the home they were looking forward to. As long as they didn't take the initiative to stop breastfeeding, there would always be milk provided. Gradually provide them with meat with more oil. Without oil, they won't be able to withstand the cold. Fan Fan drank half a bowl of meat soup to warm his stomach. After taking a stroll, he came back to talk to Li Endong and the others. Tomorrow, after a few days of recuperation, we should indeed give them oil. Li Endong nodded. I finally know what it means to be weak and not be nourished. Obviously, there is a lack of oil, but we can't give them a lot of oil. Sometimes, it's even more difficult to use medicine. If we don't use strong medicine, the patient will die. If we use strong medicine, the patient will die. Li Enbei believed that he had comprehended the true essence of medicine and went back to study medicine. Our Dongzhu is not afraid. At worst, we can what's it called again? Oh, support the treatment. Li Endong swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, while suppressing his disgust, he was tired of eating meat. He usually didn't lack meat to eat. At present, he gritted his teeth and persevered. If he didn't eat, his body wouldn't be able to bear it. When he returned to Zhuangzi, he would look for Dongzi to recuperate. Yes, let them recuperate well. Only then can we speed up. Li Endon ate 2 more mouthfuls of salted vegetables. At worst, he could drink more water. Stabilize your emotions. The more we return, the more testing it will be. Fan Fan reminded him to avoid any problems. Chapter 2053. After the meal, everyone began to rest. They had just left De Zhuorong's city 2 days ago. The slaves and tribesmen were afraid that De Zhuorong would regret seeing a large group of people run away. They hurried on their way as if they were being chased. When they were far away, they were relieved. They were all exhausted. At the camp for lunch, Fan Fan asked to rest until the next morning to give the people in the team time to recover. The southwest barbarians scattered to every corner of the camp so that they could see their people everywhere to make others feel at ease. At the moment, everyone was sleeping. Different snoring sounds began to play. The sound of the tide did not sound so monotonous. There was piano music on the boat. Everyone was eating in the dining hall. The wind was strong outside. The yacht finally rushed out of the Yangtze River. Once it entered the sea, there was no more scruples. The instrument showed that the speed was 35 knots. Li Yi was very suspicious. He felt that the wind on the deck was the same as when he drove more than 150 kilometers. He was sure that it was not because of the strong wind on the sea. There was something wrong with the boat. He did not believe it. He looked at the surrounding boats on the beach. They were falling back like the trees on the side of the road. Li Lang, why do I feel that it is faster than the last time we went out to sea? At that time, it was 40 knots and we were running in the sea. Princess Yongmu also felt that the situation was not right. In front of her was braised pork stewed with tofu. There was fresh tofu and oiled tofu inside. It's okay. Li Yi could only say so. He did not want to ask the system. The system never spoke to him. It only expressed in words. When he used the system, he checked the information. When the yacht sailed, he used the intelligence system on the yacht. Obviously, the intelligence system on the yacht could not control so many drones. It was even more impossible to complete the drift in an instant while avoiding others on the water. He could not control it. The system did not listen to him. So be it. Gu Xian's wife, Guzhaxana, was also eating stewed tofu. Now it should be the fish in the Yangtze River. There was no shortage of any kind. If you want to eat shad, you can eat shad. If you want to eat shad, you can eat shad. Pufferfish was not a problem. Li Yi could deal with poisonous and non-poisonous ones. Shad was not valuable now. Guzhaxana's husband could catch any fish easily. What was valuable was that Li Yi made it himself for the child in her belly. The 2 boys of Guxuan's family ate the tofu brew. They first fried it, then added the stuffing and steamed it in the pot. Gu Xian's parents ate fried tofu, home-style tofu, and tofu with shallot and egg. Li Yi was very happy today. He made a tofu feast, and no one asked him anything in the imperial court. He could finally do what he wanted to do. This could be considered as ugh. When they arrived at the Zhoushan archipelago, they would dive and scavenge for items. Now it's under Yu Prefecture, called Yu County. Li Yi suddenly changed the topic as he was afraid of raising a flag. He looked up the information on the Zhoushan archipelago. Throughout history, there were repeated mergers and withdrawals. One moment it was a province, the next it was a county. When this place became a province, it meant that the strategic location was important. When it became a county, the strategic location and economic development could not keep up. There weren't many places in the area that could grow food, and the follow-up processing methods for fishing were insufficient, so they lost their competitiveness. Xiao Lan picked up the plate in front of her and poured soup into her rice bowl. There are a lot of submerged reefs, right? Li Yi glanced at her and ignored her rude behavior. He nodded and said yes. It's very easy for non-local ships to get into trouble. It was even harder to find a pattern in the tides. Danger. Although he spoke of danger, there wasn't the slightest trace of fear on his face. After all, the system was taking over the yacht. Li Yi felt that the cannons, torpedoes, and missiles on his yacht were enough to crush the most advanced destroyers of his time. There was nothing he could do about it. The system was amazing. When the enemy fired missiles, the cannons didn't need to be densely designed. The system operated them like sniper rifles to intercept the missiles. Both sides approached each other at high speed and were ready to shoot at each other. The system fired a round of shots and destroyed the enemy's cannons. The system was able to calculate the maximum distance and destructive power of the bullets, and conveniently intercepted the enemy's cannons that threatened the yacht. Li Yi firmly believed that his yacht could take on 10 destroyers with the same amount of weapons and ammunition. The premise was that the system operated it. Of course, he was on the yacht, and the system cooperated with him to hunt down the entire fleet of aircraft carriers. He could exchange items at any time. What a pity. There aren't any ships that can compete with the yacht right now. Li Yi sighed regretfully. Our Tang Dynasty's cruiser is the best. Princess Yongmu was proud. Her family's ship. She said that the Tang Dynasty's cruiser couldn't be operated by others. There were so many princesses in history. No matter how big their palaces were, did they have yachts? Could they use small robots to make calls? The yacht continued to sail. When the sky was dark, it arrived at its destination. The yacht stopped and didn't drop the anchor. It used its 4 propellers to adjust its position. The drone rose into the air and looked for the surrounding fishermen. There were people living in the area, mainly fishermen. Fishermen liked to fish at night. They lit lanterns and had a tendency to attract light. In addition, they were sent to be sold at dawn. They were fresh. After fishing during the day, who would they sell to in the afternoon? Everyone would be asleep if they were late. There were also some that depended on the tides and wind direction. The Zhoushan archipelago didn't look at the tides. The tides were unstable and couldn't be calculated. The drone went to check the situation first so that it could light up the fishermen at night. It was brighter than the lanterns. When the wind was strong and it rained, the lanterns would go out. The drone depended on who was controlling it. The drone controlled by the system wasn't afraid of the wind and rain. It could even sing "The Eagle Spreads Its Wings and Flies," even if the wind and rain comes, and accompany the fishermen. The fishermen who were preparing to go out to sea didn't know. They looked up at the flying object. "I'm the unmanned mechanical bird on the Tang Dynasty's cruiser. Li Dongzhu of Ba Shui Zhuangzi is here. Everyone, don't worry. I'm one of you." The drone sounded to inform the fishermen. Otherwise, they wouldn't go out to sea. Oh. The fishermen understood. The legendary cruiser of the Tang Dynasty had arrived. Where was it? I see it. It's beautiful. Anyone who saw the yacht would think that it was beautiful. They didn't know that the beauty of a cruiser was different from that of a yacht. The fishermen further away couldn't see it, but they chose to believe it. Who would dare to pretend to be Li Dongzhu? Why don't you say you're the emperor? Those who rested in the afternoon began to prepare. Everyone ate first. They ate stewed meat with eggs. This dish was made in many places. It was called 9 Dragon Eyes in the northeast. Next, they moved the equipment. Li Yi and the winged knights could dive, but they definitely wouldn't dive directly to pick things up. It was too dangerous. Some people could dive more than 100 meters down without assistance. When they came up, they didn't decompress and directly exhaled quickly to achieve the goal of decompression. Li Yi had never tried it before, and he didn't want to try it. He would die. He had never gone down 100 meters with equipment. Did he think that the water pressure didn't exist? 10 meters was 1 atmosphere of pressure. Everyone dragged out the equipment, including Xiao Yado, her junior brother, Princess Yongmu, and Xiaolon. The small robot also changed its battery and wanted to go down. They had this function. How could the small robot on the yacht not go down? Gu Xian, who felt that he had obtained goggles for swimming, looked at the lighted swimming goggles in his hand, then looked at the equipment of the others. For a moment. Chapter 2054. Gu Xian, this is for you. You don't need the fins, but you must carry the oxygen tank properly. Li Yi said to Gu Xian, who was still in a daze. He dragged a set of equipment over and taught Gu Xian how to use it. At the back of the yacht, the small robots went down first. They moved slowly, so they could only help carry the net and light up. Li Yi continued to teach Gu Xian how to use the diving equipment. Gu Xian went down and tried it. When he came up to change the oxygen tank again, he was speechless for a long time. He felt that anyone who wore this equipment would not be worse than him. He relied on his talent, and others used their skills to make up for it. Talent is worthless. After a while, Gu Xian said in a slightly lonely voice, "You underestimate talent. If you wear the same equipment, you will still crush others. With such a big oxygen tank, others will use it in less than 3 minutes. You can use it in 2 hours. You can dive for a long time, not only because you have a big lung capacity, but also because you can supply oxygen to your heart and brain." Li Yi was still so envious and jealous. Different people had different oxygen consumption. Really? Gu Xian asked. He wanted to regain his confidence from Li Yi's answer. You will understand when you compare the number of times you will go down and the number of times you will come up to change the oxygen tank. But this refers to me and the winged knights. You should compare it to when Tian and Xiaolon. After they go down and come up, they have to rest for a while. They can't keep changing oxygen tanks. Normal people. Li Yi said the premise first. He and the winged knights were not normal people who could keep changing oxygen tanks. Normal people, after diving once, came up to rest. 5 meters of water was half the atmospheric pressure. How did people get drunk from oxygen in the highlands? The atmospheric pressure was a problem, and the oxygen content in the air was high. Diving with oxygen was the same. After going down continuously and coming up to breathe normally, it was like being in a highland environment. There would be a lack of oxygen, which would lead to asthma and insufficient blood oxygen exchange in the lungs. He and the winged knights had received special training, and it was a training program that he had designed. Gu Xian's mood became better after hearing this. It turned out that his talent was still useful. Everyone went into the water, and the small robots slowly looked for people to load things. The people who went down were scanned by the sonar, and the small robots could easily catch them. The yacht was docked in a good position. They could slowly adjust their position according to the current. If they didn't change their position, they would hit the reef. The yacht was located next to a group of submerged reefs, providing the best service for scuba divers. If it were any other ship of the same size, it would definitely crack. Gu Xian went down and turned around to take a look. Under the light, he quivered. He saw that the bottom of the boat was less than a meter away from a submerged reef. He could feel the rapid flow of water. The yacht's oars were round. With a slight movement and a shake of the rudder, the impact of the current was offset. The bottom of the yacht was still the same from the reef. This was not his boat, so how did he control it? Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and pick the conch. Li Yi's voice rang in Gu Xian's ears. He was wearing earphones, and there was a device at his throat that could make sounds through vibration. For a moment, he discovered a new world. He agreed and immediately went to look for things. Some shellfish and snails can be found on the surface of the water and on the reefs, but there are many large ones underwater. There are also wild sea cucumbers here, but they are harder to find than snails. Without a water mirror, they have to dive naked and use nets to try their luck. Now, everyone has small electric hammers and small nets in their hands. They dig for snails, scallops, and sea cucumbers. They don't touch the fish, and it's hard to catch them. They don't care about the fish. The slow little robot finds fish with medicinal swim bladders, such as Chinese bahaba fish. When the fish swims to the side, it extends an extra rod. There is no movement, but sparks can be seen. This time, a few fish around stopped moving. Yes, they are electrocuting the fish. The little robot behind quickly catches the fish with the net. They are all medicinal. There are also drones with small nets flying close to the surface of the water to catch the electrocuted fish. The little robot moves slowly. Sometimes it's too late and the fish floats up. So, according to the current behavior, if it was Li Yi's time and there was no background, when they catch enough fish, the money to buy the yacht would not be enough to fish everyone out. Li Yi didn't have a license, but he caught a lot and used electricity. Look at how many fishermen are watching. The impact is very bad and the situation is very serious. The most unforgivable thing is that the yacht even sent out drones to give the fishermen diving goggles with lights. The fishermen put on the goggles to get used to it and jumped into the water to help. Both sides didn't talk about the price, and the fishermen were bewitched. When it's past 10 at night, Li Yi can't take it anymore. He called the winged knights and the fishermen onto the boat. Gu Xian still wants to persist, but when he saw his wife standing on the deck looking down, he didn't say anything and went to rest. Eat, drink. This is barbecued meat skewers? Okay, meat skewers it is. Li Yi doesn't know what to eat. Seeing the real thing, he called everyone over to enjoy. The little robot asked me what to eat. I said dumplings. It said it's not good to go into the water. It's better to eat meat and drink. Coincidentally, we used the drone to buy mutton on the way. Xiaolon, Brother Gu's family, and I made skewers with the help of the little robot. We barbecued them with electricity. Princess Yongmu explained the situation. She and Xiaolon stayed underwater for less than half an hour before coming up. They can't eat dumplings. The pressure in the water is too high. When it presses on the stomach, the dumplings contain a lot of water. It's easy to have gastric acid and vomit. Previously, they went down to eat eggs and meat. They didn't eat porridge because they were afraid of feeling uncomfortable. Now that they are resting, they still have to go down in the morning. There are 101 fishermen who helped. When the drone sent them the tools to go into the water, they didn't say anything. They didn't have oxygen tanks and needed to come up to take a breath from time to time. They were all exhausted. At this moment, they drank wine first. It was white wine, 52% alcohol. After taking a sip, they began to pant heavily. However, they didn't let go of their diving goggles and looked at it over and over again. They looked at it, touched the light switch, and quickly turned it off. They didn't know about electricity, but they knew that it was like a candle. It would disappear after a while. Li Yi saw this and frowned. Li Lang. Princess Yongmu's face was red as she asked with concern. I gave them the primary charger. Will they always dive for things with it? It's very harmful to the body. Li Yi was conflicted. He never took the initiative to encourage people to fish for pearls by the sea. The more he encouraged them, the more desperate they would be, especially when many of the people fishing for pearls were women. They would dive dozens of meters deep. There were also the soldiers at the border. If he went to comfort them and gave them his fur coat in winter, they would die on the battlefield. If you don't give it to them, won't they fish for it? With something, they can earn more money in the same amount of time. Gu Xian's father came over and said to Li Yi. When he spoke, his legs were trembling. He was afraid. Uncle, sit. Li Yi got up and helped him sit down. Uncle is right. We should give it to them. Li Yi decided to give each of the 101 fishermen a hand-cranked generator. He also gave them diving goggles with lights. If they broke, there was no need to worry. They could send them to the courier station and pay the postage when they reached the place. They could get a new one. Chapter 2055. As for the items, I'll lend them to you. I'll lend them to you as well. Li Yi made up his mind and told the 101 fishermen. He also left some soap on the water mirror. The effect was not as good as a professional, but it would still be useful. 101 fishermen represented 65 households. The women did not come, so the surrounding fishermen represented 65 households. When they entered the water, they were naked. When they boarded the boat, they were given large pants. When they went out, they would wear clothes made of woven silk, which was considered a local tribute. There were even better woolen silk. They could only look at it, but they could not afford it. The local tributes were woolen silk, woven silk, Hua-yam aconite, and seafood. The Hua-yam was called Dioscorea. The fishermen on the small islands were poor. They had a single source of income and were not competitive. They had no external funds, technology, and local government support. Li Yi gave them the tools, and then the Tang dynasty expanded to the Tianxia Fund. The Zhoushan archipelago was ignored by the Tang dynasty because of its small population. However, this was very important. Shanghai was only a small area, and part of Jiangsu was in the sea. The Zhoushan archipelago was the outermost island group. It was convenient for ships to dock, and it could be used as a supply point. Even during Li Yi's time, the Zhoushan archipelago was only conquered by the ruling party in 1950. If foreign ships wanted to attack, or if their ships could not find a place, the Zhoushan archipelago could build a lighthouse to store soldiers and food. The coastal areas were unstable, and it was not conducive to the development of sea trade. Ocean trade made money, and the coastal people did not have enough facilities. They could only watch others make money, and in the end, people took risks to survive. Since he knew what would happen in advance, Li Yi prepared in advance. He did not want to wait for problems to arise before dealing with them. Coincidentally, the Zhoushan archipelago was connected to the Tang dynasty's territory. There were many sea vegetables around the islands, and it was suitable for raising pigs. When the fishermen heard this, they finally put down their things and focused on the mutton skewers again. The mutton skewers were already theirs. At least they could use it freely, and they did not have to worry about losing it. The mutton skewers were definitely good stuff. They had only eaten mutton a few times, and it was too expensive, not to mention barbecuing it. They sipped some white wine and ate a big mouthful of meat. As they chewed, they were filled with happiness. After 2 mouthfuls, their spirits suddenly dropped, as if they had contracted an infectious disease. The winged knights have already sent skewers of meat to your families on the island, as well as wine made from glutinous rice. Don't worry. Li Yi smiled at those who were in a bad mood and said that he had already made arrangements. It was impossible to give some people good food and make them not think about their families. Their homes were separated by hundreds or thousands of miles. There was nothing he could do but miss her. He was clearly eating and drinking right next to them. But what were his parents, wife, and children eating and drinking? When the imperial court held a banquet, officials were allowed to bring food boxes home. The Li family Zhuangzi gave more benefits to the officials. Therefore, the officials of the governor's office were honest and clean, so there was no excuse for corruption. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. I promise that I'll fish up more things in the water in the middle of the night. Someone stated that the only thing he could offer was his physical strength. The others chimed in, looking as if they were going to risk their lives. Good. I'll bring it back for His Majesty to eat. But if His Majesty doesn't want to eat something exchanged with his life, even if one person dies, I'll throw everything we fish up into the sea. Li Yi warned that if you don't want to live, I'm afraid. He was clearly bringing back food for everyone to eat, but there were lives on it. Li Dongzhu, we know. We don't want to die, so we promise not to cause trouble for you. Another person patted his chest. Everyone ate until they were half full and rested. At 2 a.m, everyone formed teams and went down again. Princess Yongmu and the others went to bed early, so they didn't accompany him. The sky was dark and the water was even darker. Under the light, fish swam close to the side. Li Yi swam and felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and met a pair of eyes. He was startled and almost exchanged for a fishing spear underwater. Wait a second, a dolphin. Don't poke me with your head. If you poke me in the wrong place, I'll bleed internally. Look, there are fish over there. Go eat. Li'i muttered in the water, regardless of whether the other party could understand or not. The dolphin seemed to understand. It went over and ate a fish, then turned around and swam back, continuing to look at Li'i. I'm digging for dog claw snails now. Look, you can't help with this thing. I'll light it up for you to find fish to eat. Don't poke me. Li'i muttered again and approached the little robot. The little robot had a stun baton. He said to the little robot, "Don't electrocute the fish first. Protect everyone. If you find a dolphin, don't know if there are sharks. If you encounter a shark, deal with it directly." The little robots began to arrange positions. At the same time, a little robot said to Li'i, "There are no sharks. Prevent the dolphin from hitting people." Yes, there are no sharks. Li'i was sure that there was a sonar radar on the yacht. The shark and dolphin system can be distinguished, so this dolphin will follow. At 5 in the morning, the sun jumped out of the sea. Li'i and others boarded the boat. There were more than a dozen dolphins swimming around the yacht, their heads popping out of the water to look up. "I don't have anything for you. You can catch fish to eat. Do you eat salt?" Li'i looked down and thought about feeding the dolphins some large grains of salt. Horses, cows, sheep, and other animals like to eat salt. The dolphins living in the sea probably couldn't find salt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dolphins suddenly ran away, probably afraid that Li'i would feed them large grains of salt. They went to find food. The fisherman next to him was familiar with the situation. "Let's also eat and sleep. We'll fish again in the afternoon and return to Luoyang in the evening. It seems that we can arrive on the 9th day half a day earlier." Li'i yawned and went back to the restaurant to eat. He also gave Wan Jiayuan and 4 drip. Wan Jiayuan was in a good mental state, but he was always groaning in pain. In the past, when he was injured and didn't make a sound, everyone always asked about him with concern, especially his wife. Now that he made a sound, his wife would occasionally smile at him. Breakfast was fish-stuffed wontons. The skin was big and the filling was small. The skin was more expensive than the filling. Actually, it's possible to make meat swallow skin with fish and glutinous rice. It's just that no one is willing to do it. The main reason is the lack of sales. Li'i thought of meat swallow when he was eating wontons. Without white flour, how could he make the skin? He also wanted to eat the filling. He could only think of other things to replace it. Leave behind the tools? Princess Yongmu gave Li'i cucumber and pickled vegetables. The cucumber she bought was very tasty. After soaking it in the water, the pickled vegetables would have a chewy texture. No, when we go back, I'll find a craftsman to make it. Then there are a bunch of them on this island. They can learn from the people on our island. Li'i put it on the agenda. It was best to have tools to make meat swallow skin. It was too strenuous to use a stick to beat the fish. Just use a roller to squeeze the fish. Fish don't have bones. The people on this island made meat swallow skin, packaged it, and sold it at a high price. When the people on other islands saw it, they would definitely want to learn. There was a problem involved, how to preserve it. Chapter 2056. Li Lang, can you dry the skin of the swallow's meat and smoke it when you wrap it? Princess Yongmu guessed what Li'i was thinking. Once the pancakes were dry, the scallions could be rolled up again after steaming them. There was a grate on top of a large iron pot used for cooking. The water below boiled, the fire was removed, and the dried pancakes were placed on the grate for a short while. Yes, Li'i agreed with this method. He drank a mouthful of bone soup in his wonton bowl. The local department has a lot of starch. It can come in handy. It's another process. I know. Xiao Lan said from the side, make starch. When you dry the swallow skin, apply it so that it won't stick. You need a department to process starch. Yes, Li'i agreed again. Now, everyone knew how to do it. There were a lot of yams in the local area, but the people didn't like to eat them. They tried not to eat yams if they had other things. The human body could not absorb much sugar powder. It was good to eat yams to lose weight and feel full. The people of the Tang dynasty didn't want to lose weight. They ate yams all day and didn't have the strength to work. Of course, yams were better than tree bark and grass roots. When there was enough indica rice, glutinous rice, millet, sorghum, and yellow rice, yams could be used as vegetables to make soup and stew. Princess Yongmu smiled. In the future, there will be several swallow skin processing workshops on a group of islands. At least one of them will be a department to process starch. Xiaolan said, "If you need transportation, send a batch to Luoyang through the canal. Is it convenient to go by sea? Change trains at Haizhou. It's faster to change from sea to railway. The wind at sea is strong, and it's easy to adjust the sails. I think that when the time comes, the grain ships from Jiangnan will have to go by sea. It just so happens that the second rail is being repaired. At that time, the canal will be more suitable to transport things downstream to the Yangtze River, or to the estuary of the Yangtze River to the sea, and continue to send things to Quanzhou and other places." Li Yi thought of the main transportation channel in the future. There was no railway in Haizhou, so the ships entered the Yellow River through the canal. If there was a railway, why would they go against the current through the canal? The ships had flat bottoms and were not suitable for the sea. If there was a dock in the middle, the ships would be sent to load the ships. More loading and unloading time would be saved. From Haizhou to Chang. And how many days would it take for the ships to go from Luoyang to Chang? The Yellow River cannot flow in reverse. The three of them talked about how to help the place and the future transportation channels. At first, the surrounding fishermen heard commotion, but as they listened, they realized that Li Dongzhu, Princess Yongmu, and Xiaolan were thinking of ways to help them earn money. What a good official! What a good princess! What a good maid! Someone was excited. Thinking that Xiaolan was just a maid, she boldly said to Li Dongzhu, "Shouldn't Xiaolan have an official position? I heard that there are officials there." He was referring to the palace, but he wasn't sure about the details. Official? Xiaolan looked over with a look that said, "I don't want an official position. I'm good like this." Princess Yongmu should be managed by an official. The people of the left minister's office had to make arrangements. At the same time, the princess had the E-department, which consisted of the commander, the deputy, the official registrar, the clerk, the secretary, and the family historian. People like Xiaolan were nothing. She was just accompanying Princess Yongmu. She did not want an official position. What was the use of an official position? Which official had more power than her? Princess Yongmu had not opened her residence yet, but she enjoyed better treatment than before. She had a special women's team. She had a lot of maids and a lot of female bodyguards with big shoulders and round waists. Xiaolan's status in Princess Yongmu was equivalent to Li Yi's status in the imperial court. Why would she want an official position? But this person was frightened by Xiaolan's gaze and said submissively, "But there's money for an official position." "Money? Oh my God. Thank you. But I really don't want an official position." Xiaolan smiled. The other party was kind, but he used it in the wrong place. Oh. This person seemed to understand something and quickly lowered his head to eat the wonton. How can you ignore the important matters of the imperial court because of the desire for food? In the Li family zhuangzi on Luoyang Mountain, Songjing was eating sheep's eye buns. He said that Li Yi went to fish for seafood in order to satisfy his appetite and did not want to come back quickly. Zhang Jiuling, who was sitting next to him, looked at the 8 sheep's eye buns in the drawer and then looked at Songjing. He smiled and ate his own. 8 buns were normal. They were small and did not need to eat too much in the morning. The buns were filled with beef, lamb, green onions, chives, eggs, shrimp, pickled vegetables, pork and celery, chicken, fish, mushrooms, and fungus. There were a total of 8 kinds, 1 for each. Last night, Song Jing said that he wanted to eat a few more kinds of buns and make them smaller. Now that he was accusing Li Yi of going to fish for seafood in order to satisfy his appetite, Zhang Juling did not want to say anything. Xiao Yi's scallops can be used as stuffing for buns. It's better to be in the Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone who can come to my house can come. I also have to thank Guangping for his words last night. I tasted so many kinds of buns. What does Guangping want to eat at noon? Tell them to make it, and we'll eat it. Bai Gu targeted Song Jing with insinuations. He protected Li Yi because Li Yi had obtained benefits for the Ministry of Revenue in a large area of Yuzhou. Look at how hard Xiao Yi worked. What's wrong with fishing for seafood? It's as if you won't eat it when she brings it back. Su Yi lowered his head and tried to smooth things over. I'm worried about Li Yi's safety. Xiao Yi can't just go fishing for seafood. Is there no one living in the area? As a former opponent, Yao Chong spoke up. At least he thought that he was a former opponent. He thought that he understood Li Yi. When he went to a place, he would definitely consider the local people's livelihood. Ask? Song Jing's expression was natural, as if he was not the one who was picking on Li Yi. Ask. Li Longji said to the little robot. My Dongzhu just fell asleep and will only wake up at noon. After fishing for the whole afternoon, he will be home in the evening of October 9th. The little robot did not allow him to call. You are fine. What about the local situation? Zhang Juling asked the little robot. I know this. Just now, Dongzhu ate wontons, but there were no buns with 8 kinds of fillings. Life is hard. The little robot refuted Song Jing and then said, if there are wontons, there can be meat bird's nest. You have eaten it before, and then... It told the contents of Li Yi and the other two's conversation over the past few days. After repeating it, it said, I want to tell the craftsmen in the workshop to make the things first and send them along the canal. No, fine Xuanxin. See, I'm not wrong, am I? This crab radish tofu soup is fresh and can cure grease. Yao Chong was happy. Did he know Li Yi well? No wonder there are no crab roe buns. The crabs are cooked in the soup. Su Yi acted as if he had just discovered the situation and changed the topic to food. Li Qingqi, who had been silent, ordered the follower standing behind him. Go and tell the people of the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Foundation to cooperate with the operation. The follower trotted out. Li Qingqi smiled and said to Li Longji, the situation of a group of local islands was not considered before. He was responsible for the coastal breeding, planting, and hiring of people, so there were gaps. Brother, what you did was safe enough. Li Longji could not say that his brother did a bad job. The people of the Zongjing Temple who participated in the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Foundation worked very hard. Everyone was responsible for the place, and 1,000th of the profit was given to them. If they wanted to find people to sing, dance, drink, and have fun, they could only work hard. The money given by the royal family was definitely not enough. Unless they were from the prince's mansion, like his brother. His brother was not short of money, but he did not pursue material things. He wanted to do something for the Tang dynasty.